Hi, I think we're ready to begin our meeting. Andrea's not there, so. Okay. We're almost ready to begin our meeting. Okay. Right. Good evening. Welcome to...
One moment. Let me go ahead and get us live. All right. We are live.
Good evening. Welcome to the December 18, 2023 Rental Housing Committee meeting. For those joining us in person, I'm not seeing people here at the moment. We cannot do audio and video recordings from the lectern. They need to be turned in early. And we will not have speakers line up. Those who wish to speak in person are encouraged to complete a green speaker card and indicate the item they wish to speak on. Tonight, Spanish translation services are available during this meeting. For in-person services, see Esperanza for a headset. Or if you are on Zoom, you can click on the interpretation icon to listen to the Spanish translation. And now I'm going to let our translator speak.
Si necesita interpretación al español, pulse el botón Interpretación en Zoom y seleccione el idioma adecuado para escuchar la reunión en ese idioma.
Thank you. This meeting is called to order at 7:03 p.m. And now we're ready for roll call. Andrea?
Committee Member Balch?
Present.
Committee Member Brown?
Yep.
Committee Member Ma?
Present.
Committee Member Cox?
Here.
Vice Chair Rosas?
Present.
Chair Keating?
Here.
Thank you.
Next is our consent calendar, which will be approved with one motion unless anyone wishes to pull an item, or I think we have one item, which is minutes. Does anyone wish to pull an item? And is there any members of the public who would like to speak to the consent calendar? Okay. And is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? Vice Chair Rosas?
I motion to approve the minutes of the RHC.
Thank you. In a second. Committee Member Cox. Roll call.
Committee Member Brown?
Yes.
Committee Member Ma?
Yes.
Committee Member Cox?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosas?
Aye.
Chair Keating?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Now we are on oral communications. Oral communications is for any member to address the committee on items not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers for oral communication, Andrea?
There are no speakers. Okay.
So our next item is our appeal hearing. Appeal 5. Agenda item 5.1, appeal of hearing officer's decision on petition C222-30052. The Rental Housing Committee, in hearing the appeal, is acting in a quasi-judicial fashion and will conduct the hearing in accordance with those standards. Staff will detail the appeal hearing process in their presentation. Before we get started, Rental Housing Committee members are required to disclose any communications they have had with any of the parties to the petition or the parties' representatives and the substance of those communications since the date the petition was filed. The decision of the RHC is to be based on the record presented to the hearing officer. Information disclosed to an RHC member that is not part of the record is not considered in the hearing. Do any RHC members have any ex parte communications that need to be disclosed? Thank you. Seeing none. We will now proceed with the hearing. Are there members of the public who are not parties to the petition who would like to speak? Do we have any?
We do not have any.
Okay. We will now move on to a staff presentation regarding the appeal and the tentative appeal decision.
Thank you, Chair. Is everyone able to hear me all right?
You're a little muddy.
Okay. What if I speak louder like this? Is that better?
No, not really.
Okay. Let's see what I can do as far as.
1 minute, Patricia. Can we do one more Spanish translation announcement in Spanish and let them know how to enter in the Spanish room?
Si necesita interpretación al español, pulse el botón Interpretación en Zoom y seleccione el idioma adecuado para escuchar la reunión en ese idioma.
Is this any better?
Quieter.
Yeah.
Well,
Jason,
I'm just gonna have to go back to the other one, so bear with me. Sorry about that. I'm not sure why it's so muddy. I'm pretty close.
It's fine now. It's fine now.
Okay. All right. We can get started. We can go to the first slide.
Are we set with the interpretation?
Yeah, we're good.
No, I'm requesting
Jason.
Jason.
Oh, 1 second. Sorry. I think they're having trouble joining the room.
Did you need me to make the announcement again?
If you can, I see there's one person raising their hand. I think they want to go in the room
Okay.
and they don't know how.
All right. Si necesita interpretación al español, pulse el botón Interpretación en Zoom y seleccione el idioma adecuado para escuchar la reunión en ese idioma.
Okay, thank you, Jason.
Jason, can you let us know when she has joined you?
Jason, I'm going to have her unmute because her hand is up and maybe she doesn't see the option. Can I do that, Karen?
Unmute the person whose hand is up?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
can
she's
we do
trying
that
to-
just and quickly ask?
Okay.
If it's a comment, we shouldn't take it.
Right.
I believe it's the.
It's the tenant petitioner.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jason, can you ask them to unmute if they are and let us know if they're having trouble entering the Spanish room?
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. And the interpretation is off now. Sí, sí,
Is that better?
sí te escucho, pero en la aplicación que dices que para escuchar en español dice interpretación desactivada. Sí, ya te escucho. Ah, perfecto. Gracias.
Israel is also a tenant petitioner and requires the translation interpretation support.
Is working? Are they in the room? In the Spanish room? They are? Okay. Oh, you can hear her now? Is there a way for Jason to let, or can you check to see if Israel and Ava are there also?
Ava is the one of the appellants
She doesn't
from
need Spanish
the landlord.
translation?
She does not need Spanish translation.
It's just me. Are we good?
And to clarify, Ms. Kennedy, the the appellants are Ava Sharp and Arnetta Griffin.
Thank you. I'm gonna assume we're okay. I think we're okay. Yeah, Anki will check.
Should I get started?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the first slide, please. Okay, so the purpose of this agenda item is to consider the tentative appeal decision and either accept the tentative appeal decision or modify the tentative appeal decision with instructions to staff citing appropriate evidence in the record to support the changes. Next slide, please. So in this presentation, I will go over the Rental Housing Committee's decision process, the schedule for the appeal hearing, as well as a summary of the petition and the
De la
tentative appeal
apelación y
decision.
también el repaso para la...
Okay. Sorry, hearing some translation on my end. Okay, next slide. So to first cover the Rental Housing Committee's role, you should be familiar with this by now, but just to go over it, for questions of fact, the Rental Housing Committee must determine whether or not each appealed element of the hearing officer's decision is supported by substantial evidence. That does not mean that you reweigh the evidence or relitigate the issues. Rather, the appeal is based on the record submitted to the hearing officer. No new evidence should be accepted, heard, or considered. This does not mean that the Rental Housing Committee has to come to the same conclusions as the hearing officer if they look at the same record as the hearing officer. Next slide. Staff recommends against having a de novo hearing in this case. That would require a new formal hearing, the retaking of testimony and submission of evidence. This requires significant time to prepare for the Rental Housing Committee's consideration. Staff believes that the existing evidence in the record is sufficient. In addition, the existing record demonstrates adequate review and ample opportunities for the parties to present relevant evidence. I'm sorry, I will slow down a little bit for translation. My apologies on that. So the scope of the decision, the petition itself, which was submitted by the tenants, defines the scope of the hearing officer's decision. Similarly, the appeal of the hearing officer's decision limits the scope of the Rental Housing Committee's review and decision on appeal. So you should not consider other issues that were not raised by the appeal submitted by the landlord. Next slide. I don't think we need to go through this. I think we can go to the next slide after this. So the schedule for the appeal hearing, public comment has already been taken by the chair, and there were no public comments on this item. For the appeal hearing, staff will first do our presentation, then the appellant will have 10 minutes for their presentation, followed by the respondent, who will have 10 minutes for their presentation. And then the appellant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal, followed by 5 minutes for the respondent's rebuttal. After both the presentation and rebuttal, the Rental Housing Committee will be able to pose questions to staff, as well as to the appellant and the respondent. And then finally, the Rental Housing Committee will deliberate and make a decision as to whether to accept or modify the tentative appeal decision. So a summary of the petition. This was a tenant petition for downward adjustment of rent. The downward adjustment was requested based on the landlord's failure to maintain a habitable premises on the basis of humidity and mold. We can go over this time in the staff report for anyone who's interested. So a summary of the hearing officer's decision. The hearing officer concluded that between January 4th, 2023 and July 1st, 2023, the landlord failed to maintain the habitable premises due to the existence of humidity and mold on one of the walls in the rental unit. The hearing officer concluded the tenant had met their burden of proof with regard to the existence of humidity and mold in the bedroom during this period, because the tenant had provided reasonable notice and opportunity to correct to the landlord, but determined that although the issue had started in October 21, 2021, the tenant did not meet their burden of proof with regard to the period from October 21st, 2021 through January 3rd, 2023, based on a variety of factors, including an ample opportunity to permit the landlord into the unit to correct the issue. Ultimately, the hearing officer concluded that the tenant was entitled to a 40% rent reduction for humidity and mold conditions for the period from January 4th, 2023 through July 1st, 2023. This reduction reflected the severity of the condition, as well as the impacts of the moisture and mold condition on the tenant's use of the property and the health of the tenant's family. A total refund of $7,050.60 was awarded to the tenants. The appellant landlord raises 4 issues on appeal. First, that the hearing officer erroneously held that the landlord did not challenge the tenant's testimony regarding the moisture issue. In particular, the landlord's appeal provides that the landlord challenged the tenant's testimony regarding the date of completion, and that the hearing officer erred in holding that they did not challenge this testimony. Second, the hearing officer erred in holding that repairs to the wall were completed on July 1st, 2023, rather than January 4th, 2023. Again, the appeal provides that there was no evidence that the landlord's maintenance tech returned to the property between June and July of 2023 to complete any repairs related to the wall. In addition, the appeal provides that the tenants presented no photos or documents evidencing the issue since January 2023. And finally, the landlord maintains that the repairs were completed on January 4th, 2023. Third, the hearing officer abused his discretion by concluding that one of the photos demonstrating the condition of the wall was taken on or around May 2023 as presented by the tenants rather than December 2022. And in particular, the appeal provides that the hearing officer did not authenticate the photo because the photo was missing its basically its data or properties in order to authenticate it. Finally, the appeal raises the issue that the hearing officer improperly demonstrated bias toward the tenants. In particular, the appeal states that the hearing officer complimented the tenants' presentation of their case and their attentiveness during the hearing, and provides that the hearing officer should have remained impartial and refrained from making comments that demonstrated any sort of predetermined position on the petition issues. Next slide. So the tentative appeal decision affirms the hearing officer's decision in its entirety. As to the first issue, the hearing officer did not err in holding that the testimony by tenants was largely unchallenged by landlord. The hearing officer's findings regarding the testimony that was not challenged by the landlord did not alter the outcome of the petition. And as it relates to the January 4th, 2023 repair date, the hearing officer concluded this was a main point of contention between the parties. So as I mentioned, this was the main issue that was raised on appeal, was that the hearing officer's decision stated that the landlord didn't challenge this date of completion, but in fact, the hearing officer's decision did conclude that this was a main point of contention between the two parties' testimonies. As to the second issue, there's sufficient evidence in the record to support the hearing officer's conclusion that the wall was not repaired until on or around July 1st, 2023, including the tenant's testimony, tenant's maintenance requests that were copies of which were provided to the hearing officer, and the landlord's own maintenance logs, which indicated that the tenant submitted those maintenance requests and that some actions were taken after January 4th, 2023. On the other hand, the landlord presented no photos or evidence demonstrating the condition of the wall prior to August 12th, 2023, including on January 4th, 2023, when the repairs were allegedly completed. Next slide. So as to the third issue, the hearing officer did not abuse his discretion by concluding that one of the photos submitted by the tenant demonstrated the condition of the wall in April or May of 2023, rather than December 2022. First, the formal rules of evidence are not applicable in petition hearings as outlined in the regulations. So the hearing officer was not obligated to authenticate the photo by looking at the metadata or anything of that sort. Testimony and circumstantial evidence was sufficient to establish the date of the photo in question. And one of the main pieces was that this photo was submitted along with a maintenance request by the tenant in April of 2023, not in December of 2022. Finally, as to the last issue, the hearing officer did not improperly demonstrate bias toward the tenants during the hearing. In fact, the hearing officer complimented both parties for their presentation of their cases, their attentiveness, and their professionalism throughout the hearing. Complimenting and encouraging the parties does not rise to the level of improper bias, and the hearing officer's impartiality is evidenced by the reasoned conclusions and decision, including the fact that he held that the landlord was liable for a portion of the time, but was not liable for a portion of the time. So fiscal impact, any decision by the Rental Housing Committee on appeal, including adoption or modification of the tentative appeal decision, could potentially lead to litigation, which would have fiscal impacts. However, one of the purposes of appealing a hearing decision to the Rental Housing Committee is to ensure that hearing decisions are legally defensible. So the hearing appeal process to the committee reduces overall risk of legal liability and legal expenses. The tentative appeal decision recommends upholding the hearing decision in its entirety. If the Rental Housing Committee accepts the tentative appeal decision, the hearing decision will become final. So staff's recommendation is to consider the tentative appeal decision and either accept the tentative appeal decision or modify the tentative appeal decision with instructions to staff, citing appropriate evidence of record to support the modifications. Thank you.
So next in our process, we move to the appellant landlord. And I don't think you're in the room. I think you're on Zoom. And if you could click the raise hand button in Zoom, staff will promote you.
Correct. I will request to promote you. Please accept that request. And Israel. They're already here, I think. There he is. There we go. If you just can click the accept promote to panelist button, Eva or Arnetta. Okay. Eva, will it just be you speaking? Or do we need Arnetta? Oops. Eva? Can you hear us, Eva?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. Was Arnetta also granted the option as well?
She was. I was just confirming.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Arnetta, if you can just accept the invitation to panelist. There we go. Okay, we're all here.
So we're ready for our appellants to begin their 10-minute presentation.
Okay, would that be me? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Thank you. So yes, I again, no new evidence, just our stand is that the repairs took place and were completed in January and not in July. So that was our main part of our decision to appeal. The additional photography and work order for April, we did note in our description that The maintenance technician did go for a different work order, but looked at the wall and there was no evidence of any moisture at that time, as noted in our findings that were submitted. And that's what we had, is our basis, that everything was completed in January. I don't know if Arnetta joined or not, if there's anything else that she might be able to add to that. But that was just our main reasoning for wanting to go ahead and discuss that a little bit further. Oh.
Is Arnetta able to unmute and speak if she would like to add?
Yeah, and Arnetta, it might be a good idea. Just obviously, you're the community manager there.
Hi. Sorry.
Hi.
There you are. Okay.
Thank you.
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Do you agree with, as the community manager, and obviously you were there with him, any testimony on your end as to?
I do agree with what you said. We did our due diligence, and from maintenance, there were no additional findings in April.
Yeah, I think other than that, that's really the only thing we wanted to add to that.
Thank you for your comments. And are you ready to conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And can I check in with Esperanza on translations? Do you want to? Okay, we're good on translations.
So now we're ready to move on for our next presentation from the respondent from the tenant. And they should raise their hand. Or perhaps they've already been promoted.
They're promoted.
I see the 10-minute timer, so I think it's time ready for them to begin.
Judith?
Hola, buenas noches.
Hi. All right, so we're going to do...
Lo único que creo que podemos adicionar para comprobar que la foto de la pared fue tomada en mayo de este año, del 23, es que en la foto aparece conectado el AT&T servicio que nos fue instalado el 1 de mayo. No sé si Israel vaya a adicionar algo.
Hola, buenas noches. Soy Israel. Sí me gustaría adicionar algo más, con respecto a lo que dijeron que la foto no era válida.
One moment, please. We're going to translate into English.
Disculpa un momentito, por favor, ¿sí?
Okay, I can try in English. I'll do my best.
Un momentito, voy a traducir primero a Judith. So Judith was saying that the reason they wanted to make sure that the picture it was submitted was on May 23rd, and it was because the attachment of the AT&T equipment, and that's why they wanted to say about it.
You can continue in Spanish.
Pardon me, could I just ask you to repeat what you said, attachment of equipment?
¿Puede repetir, por favor, Judith, lo que me ha comentado de AT&T?
Sí, nosotros la foto la tomamos en mayo, como está el screenshot, porque el servicio nos fue instalado el 1 de mayo. Y la foto es del 15 de mayo, si no estoy mal, no la tengo en estos momentos. Pero en la foto se evidencia el equipo de AT&T conectado a la pared. O sea, la foto sí es de mayo. porque el técnico estuvo en mi casa el 1 de mayo haciendo la instalación.
I want to make sure to notice that the picture was taken on May, because on May 1st, the technician from AT&T came, and that's what I wanted to make sure, that that picture was taken exactly on May.
Judith, you can continue your testimony.
Judith, puede continuar, por favor.
Israel iba a intervenir.
Israel is going to be continuing. Israel puede continuar.
Okay, gracias. So the picture was taken on May. So my question is, so the picture that we shared during the audience, it was there the date and the time. And I don't know, I don't understand why or what's the reason that it wasn't like clear the picture.
No entiende el porqué de la fotografía, no entiende el por qué están con la fotografía.
Does Judith have more to say?
Judith, ¿tiene algo que decir?
No, no tengo nada adicional. De prueba puedo adjuntar el pago del primer mes de servicio de AT&T, pero no tengo nada adicional que decir.
I don't have anything else to say. I only can say that I can attach also the first payment for the AT&T bill.
Thank you. Judith, does that conclude your statement?
¿Eso concluye su declaración?
Sí.
Yes.
So our next step in the hearing is 5 minutes for rebuttal for the appellant landlord. Please limit your comments to rebuttal rather than repeating information already presented. So you're welcome to start when you're ready.
Thank you. Yeah, Arnetta and I were seeing the equipment that they're referring to, but that equipment was installed previously in that unit. Arnetta, do you have some information about that?
Yes, we had a project at work to install routers in all of the units in 2018 for 187 units. So I'm not sure if they tried to install new equipment, but I know there was equipment installed in all of the units in 2018. So if a resident were to want service for AT&T, then the tech would just need to, how do you say, get the service started, but there is already an existing box in every unit.
Yeah, I think that's the box that they were referring to that appeared in the photo. But again, our technician recalled that was the condition that he had left the unit in December when he started the repair. He left to go to the shop and he had applied the bleach treatment to the wall, and then he left, and then that's when they took the picture and he wasn't able to get back there until January. That's why we were questioning when that photo was taken. And we believe that equipment had been there from the previous. That's all we have.
Thank you for your comments.
Yep.
So next, we will ask for 5 minutes for rebuttal from the respondent tenants. So when you're ready.
Judith, can you confirm whether you had translation for Ava's rebuttal?
Judith, ¿nos puede confirmar si ha escuchado la interpretación al español?
No escuchamos la interpretación en español. Está desconectada.
Okay. El técnico, no. El equipo están indicando que estaba instalada previamente porque en el 2018 se realizaron conexiones en 187 unidades y por eso se sabe que el equipamiento no es nuevo, ya existía una caja en los muros. El técnico sabe que estuvo en diciembre cuando tuvo que ir a las reparaciones y tuvo que ir a comprar y por eso se sabe que los tratamientos referidos a la humedad se realizaron en diciembre hasta enero.
¿Puedo intervenir?
Can I speak about it?
Yes, so she has 5 minutes.
Tiene 5 minutos.
Sí, la caja de conexión al conjunto de AT&T existe desde mucho tiempo antes, pero la caja de conexión, el equipo que te entregan AT&T cuando hace la conexión de internet, lo entregan el día que hacen la instalación del servicio. Y esa instalación de AT&T es desde el 1 de mayo. Yo no tenía internet con AT&T antes de esa fecha y lo puedo comprobar porque antes de esa fecha tenía otro operador de internet.
So the boss
Las
that this
facturas de pago del servicio, yo puedo verificar que en abril tuve un operador y en mayo me transferí a AT&T y el 1 de mayo me hicieron la instalación.
So that bus that's referring to AT&T has been there before, but the equipment that you get when you get connected to the internet, that's a brand new one that it was only installed when it was first service that was May 1st. So actually I can prove that I wasn't using the same service. In April I was using a different service of internet. I didn't have internet before. And I was using a different service, and I can prove that. And then on May 1st, I started with AT&T.
You can continue, Judith.
Puede continuar.
No hay nada más para adicionar.
I don't have anything else to say.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. So now, rental housing members, do you have any questions for staff? And after that, we'll ask if you have questions for either the landlord or tenant, but we'll start with if anyone has questions for staff. Yes, Committee Member Balls.
Thank you. And by the way, apologies if I broke order there. I actually couldn't hear the translator. I wasn't trying to ask a follow-up question.
Sure.
This is for staff. I'm trying to understand what was discussed during the hearing, because I believe we're not supposed to ask for new evidence, so I'm not asking for new evidence. The appellant made a statement that, or at least I thought I heard them say that the photo that was the photo where there's a disagreement over the date that it was taken, I thought I heard the appellant say that the photo had been shared with them in December. And I'm curious to know from the staff whether that was discussed during the hearing, whether that's new evidence or whether that was an existing claim and evidence.
So that was discussed during the hearing. It was a question that was brought up by the landlord when the tenant presented the photo. They asked, does this represent the condition of the unit in December 2022, and the tenant said no, this is the condition of the unit in April or May of 2023. In addition, it was also noted that at least one photo was submitted that showed the condition, that similar condition of the unit was submitted with one of the maintenance requests that the tenant put in April, late April of 2023.
Thank you. And so then, am I understanding correctly that beyond the assertion that the photo was shared in December, there was no attachment or maintenance record or other documentation that could substantiate that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You said
yes.
Other than.
Yes. So. Other than the assertion that that photo was shared in December, was there any other way to corroborate that?
No, it was just testimony from the landlord that was what their maintenance tech believed to be the condition of the unit in December of 2022. That
you.
was the only information.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry to interject here, but I do want to note that some of the information that was shared by Ms. Griffin regarding the date of install of the AT&T equipment or wiring, whatever it was in 2018, that is new information that was not in the record before the hearing officer and should be disregarded by the members of the committee when making your decision.
Other questions? One follow-up question to staff. So was there an assertion that the picture was presented in December of 2022, or just that it could have been taken in 2022?
It is my understanding that the assertion was that the photo reflected the condition of the unit in December of 2022.
Thank you. Whoops. Now, do any rental housing committee members have questions for either the landlord or the tenant? Committee Member Cox.
This is a question to the landlord. So can you confirm that in your apartment complex, it's possible to substitute, or you have a choice of internet providers or services, and that, any tenant could call somebody into the apartment complex with the idea of replacing one internet service with another? The reason I ask is because back when I was in the apartment complex that I lived in at that time, there was just only the choice of you go with the vendor that we supply or you have nothing.
So sorry, before the landlord answers that would be new evidence. So we're going to...
Okay. I guess I can't answer that. Okay.
Yeah,
I withdraw the question.
Does anyone else have questions they would like to ask? I'm going to ask Naz first. So I'm curious about the painting condition, but would that be a new question?
In what sense?
I'm wondering if the wall has been...
Go ahead and ask the question, and then I'll let you know if they can answer it or not. Does that work?
Asking the landlord or the tenant, or perhaps I think both, what is the current condition of the wall? Has it been repainted? And when did that take place?
Yeah, so that is outside of it. So the current condition does not matter. You can ask about the condition up until August 12th, 2023, which is what the hearing covered.
So I could ask, was the wall repainted during that period?
You can ask both the parties that question.
Okay, I would like to ask both parties as of August 12, 2023, to comment on the condition of repainting of the wall.
For our maintenance records, they all indicate that it was done in January, that as of January 4th, after that there was no further painting. Arnetta, is that what you recall as well? That's what our work orders reference.
That's correct.
Thank you. And now I think perhaps I need translation to ask that question to the appellants or to the tenants.
So the question was, when was painted?
As of August 12, ask them about the condition of the wall and the repainting timing.
La pregunta es, el 12 de agosto, ¿cuál era la condición que había en la pared sobre la pintura?
Para el 12 de agosto ya habían pintado la pared.
On August 12 it was already... En julio.
Sí, en julio terminaron de pintar la pared.
In July it was finished the work, so it was already painted on August 12.
Thank you. Member Cox. Oh, I'm sorry, the Guadalupe next.
Guadalupe can go first.
Committee Member Rose, Vice Chair Rosas.
Thank you so much. So is there a capability for us to see the picture that was taken?
That was provided to you. You were given a link to all of the evidence that was in the record. So it is part of those documents that you had access to.
Okay, thank you.
Committee Member Cox.
Am I allowed to ask the landlord why she believes that the photograph does not represent the condition of the apartment in April and May?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, then that'll be my question.
Yes. So again, it's just mainly our maintenance technician that responded and that did the repairs. He stated that no further wall work was done, that when he did go in on April, just as the work order reflects, that there wasn't any evidence of any mold or moisture on the wall. So there was no further work that he had to do on that wall. That one was on April 29th. And he had been given the opportunity to go back in, and once it was reported in December, he went back in and on January 4th completed the painting of that wall.
And one more question back to the landlord. You can tell me if this one's okay. I'm wondering if the landlord, does she believe that the statement that we had in the hearing officer's report that there was an AT&T technician that came in at the beginning of May and then went and noticed the condition of the wall and decided to come back and had to wear a mask. And decided to wear a mask because he felt that he might personally be in danger because of the conditions of the apartment. Is that a valid question?
Just their thoughts on that testimony? Is that what your question?
That testimony, I mean, that statement is in the hearing report, and I'm asking the landlord to reflect on it because I consider it an important piece of evidence.
Yeah, sure. That was discussed during the hearing, so you can
All right.
ask that question.
We called the number multiple times that was provided by the resident in the petition to try to reach the technician. We also reached out to our rep just to try to get information on that, and we're unsuccessful in being able to reach anybody from AT&T to validate that comment. Again, we're just going off of what our maintenance technician said, that the day prior there was nothing on the wall, so that's why we don't know about that comment. Anything else to add, Arnetta?
No, I agree. We weren't able to locate. We did try several times to locate him, so we're not able to confirm that.
Thank you.
Member Brown.
So for Eva or Arnetta, what was the first time that you or Francisco received the picture in question?
Yo puedo responder.
The question is for the landlord.
Arnetta, do you want to?
In April.
Thank you.
May I answer? Judith asked, may I answer? She asked, may I answer?
Judith asked, can she answer that?
Yeah, no, it's up to the chair.
Do you want to ask that question to the tenant also?
Oh, the question was when the landlord first received the picture, which sounds like April.
Okay, so we don't need to hear more from the tenant on
La
that
foto
question.
la tomé yo.
No necesita en este momento más del inquilino, gracias.
¿Puedo responder?
Can she answer? Can I answer?
I don't object.
Yes, we're curious to hear what the tenant has to say, please.
Por curiosidad, por ver lo que tiene que decir el inquilino, sí.
Gracias. La foto la tomé yo después que pasó el episodio con el técnico de AT&T, quien fue quien me informó los riesgos y el peligro de la pared. Yo tomé la foto y buscamos en ese momento la ayuda del Comité de Estabilización de Rentas. Eso se hizo a mediados de mayo. Es la única foto que hay y la foto que ha utilizado también los demandantes para evidenciar la pared, pero la única foto que hay la tomé yo.
The only picture is there in the report is the only picture I took, and I did it right after I had the encounter with the AT&T technician who stated how bad and how many risks the wall had, and I started researching, and then I looked for more help from the committee.
I have another question for the tenant. So we're clear that there was painting done in the spring. Was there also, to the tenant, was there also painting done in January?
Tengo una pregunta más para la inquilina. Queda claro que hubo un trabajo de pintura realizado en primavera. ¿Hubo también un trabajo de pintura hecho en enero?
No.
No.
No hubo reparaciones en enero. Nosotros notificamos en noviembre. La presidencia llamó por escrito, se hizo en noviembre del 22. En diciembre tuvimos un problema con COVID en el apartamento, no pudieron entrar, vinieron las vacaciones. En enero no recibimos respuesta de ellos y volvimos a solicitar requerimiento, si no estoy mal, en febrero y en abril. Hasta que en mayo pasa lo de la pared, la foto y ya hasta julio ellos pintan la pared.
So there were no repairs done in January. They had the episode that happened on November 22nd regarding the mold. Then in December, they had a problem with COVID. And then after that, and they couldn't come inside the apartment. And they didn't receive any answer from the landlord. So they start complaining about it in February. They did in April. And then in May, it happened, the AT&T thing with the technician. And in July is when they did the painting.
No painting, the tenant believes no painting in January.
O sea, que quiere decir que no hubo trabajo de pintura en enero.
No, no.
No, it wasn't. Gracias.
Do we have other questions from the committee? Okay, so thank you to the appellant, to the landlord and the tenant. We're done with our questions, and now we're going to have our deliberation amongst the committee. So to start this out, would anyone like to have any general comments on how they're making sense of all the information that we've heard? Committee Member Cox.
Okay, I'll start out with a few things. I mean, to me, looking through this, the main pieces of evidence are what's in the maintenance log, the photograph, and the appearance of the AT&T technician and his reaction. Okay, and so I'll have to say this with respect to the maintenance log. It provides some information, but it is really very incomplete information. I mean, I think that, I guess what I would say to any landlord going forward, when it comes to a maintenance record, you really need to say what was done at different points in time in order to uphold, a sequence of events that you might want to hold as factual, when it comes to establishing what actually happened. And so I'm disappointed that there wasn't more in the maintenance log, but at least it does establish a timeline of when certain things were done in the apartment. So that's one thing. The second thing is the photograph. There's some question about when the photograph was taken. But I mean, here again, I'm inclined to go with what the hearing officer says about it, in the sense that, the tenant presented the photograph as evidence and said what date it was established in, and the landlord just said back, well, how do you know that's true? They didn't provide counter evidence, any photographs of their own. And so, it seems like to me, the weight of the evidence is on what the tenant has presented. But the third thing that I think is very compelling is this story about, the AT&T agent coming in. And, the fact that he came in at the time when, supposedly according to the landlord, everything was fine, but according to the tenant, it was not. And yet he went and felt that he needed to put a mask on because he could see that the conditions were not the way that they should be, and he was going to protect himself. Again, here's a case where a story is brought by the tenant, and, you know, I mean, I appreciate the fact that the landlord tried to corroborate it, but she didn't come back with evidence from AT&T saying that we didn't send anybody back out to the house for that, or, you know, that they didn't contract with us for service on that. They tried but didn't get any evidence. So right now, at least, I think the weight of what we see as evidence here, it favors what the hearing officer has contended and made his or her decision on. So that's where I am, but I'm waiting to hear what other people have to say.
Committee Member Balch, or Alternate Balch.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a tough situation with. Sorry, it's a tough situation without a clear paper trail on what took place in the winter and into the spring. Last season was a wet winter. There was a lot of rain, and water is very damaging to a wood structure. And not only might there have been repairs on the wall, but where is the water coming in? Was there roof work that might have been needed or window work that might have been needed? So being able to provide different types of maintenance records and logs for the other work that might have been associated with remediating the water intrusion that led to the mold problem, that type of thing would be very helpful. Always important to get as many sources of photographs and records as possible, especially when there is a large issue like water, where beyond fixing the paint and the walls, there could be a lot more serious scope of work required. And so, being able to show records of that could also have been something that would be useful to present to this committee.
Okay, so my comments, I find the package of the AT&T story and then the subsequent requests by the tenant to be compelling. And I have to consider the possibility of an error in the logs, and I'm just not sure how to make sense of the conflicting testimonies. But so I'm inclined to support the tentative decision. And I'd also like to mention regarding the one issue of was the hearing officer having any bias or not, that there was a denial of the December damages, and which was not favorable to the tenant. So, seeing that the decision was not unilateral, but was, in some ways favoring the landlord, in some ways favoring the tenant, is also persuasive to me that there was not bias. Committee Member Ma.
Echoing what others have said, I am persuaded by the evidence, by the decision of the hearing officer. The discussion about the AT&T equipment, I'm guessing the thing we're talking about is the modem itself, which usually would not stay with a unit for the most part, because for most, it would be a rental for most places, and AT&T would take it back between cancellations of services. So I find it persuadable that does indicate a certain timeline that is more along the lines of what the tenant has said.
Vice Chair Rosas?
Hearing what has been said today and looking at the pictures, I'm inclined to agree with my fellow committee members. Specifically, you took the words right out of my mouth, Commissioner Ma, in terms of the AT&T proof. That's definitely one that I find it more reliable, because, yeah, I've canceled my AT&T services before, and that's what they do. So,
Committee Member Brown?
I wish that I had the strength to go 5 years without upgrading my router to the newest Wi-Fi. I don't. But in terms of the material issues, did the landlord not challenge the tenant's testimony? The landlord challenged the tenant's testimony, and that was part of the hearing officer's decision. The repairs to the wall being completed on July. There's evidence that it was not completed in January because the picture shows that there was, like, if the picture is, as all of the dates indicate from April of 2023, then it was not finished by January 4th. I do not believe that the hearing officer abused any discretion in looking at the dates on the messages sent or the maintenance requests sent in. And I do not think that the hearing officer demonstrated bias towards the tenant. So I would affirm the decision in its entirety.
Would you like to make the motion to?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I move to affirm the decision of the hearing officer and deny the appeal.
So I think what we have to do is move the tentative appeal decision. Is that correct? Yeah. Yes. Okay. So could you reword one more time?
So I moved to adopt the tentative appeal decision and accept the tentative appeal decision
in its entirety?
In its entirety with no modifications. Oh,
okay.
Wait.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And is there a second? Vice Chair Rosas? Committee Member Cox?
I second the motion.
Okay, I think we're ready for a roll call.
All right, we'll begin with Committee Member Brown.
Yes.
Committee Member Ma.
Yes.
Committee Member Cox.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosas.
Aye.
Chair Keating.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Committee Member Ma.
Just one final question, which is just a Scrivener's error at this point. I noticed inside the tentative appeal decision, it references for the rules of procedure, chapter 6, which is the wrong one for that. It should be chapter 5, but again, it's just a minor change that makes no difference to the actual decision we made. Ish.
Thank you for noticing.
We'll correct that in the final.
Okay. Our next item is new business, and item 6.1 is draft regulations for Chapter 13, utility charges regulations, clarifying rent and the treatment of utilities in the CSFRA and ratio utilities billing systems. Public comment will occur after the presentation and committee questions. And we invite members in person to submit a speaker card, and I think we're ready for our staff presentation.
Anki, do you still want me to do that?
Yeah, if you could. But I first want to ask the public if they need any Spanish translation for this agenda item.
If you can raise your hand on Zoom, if you need Spanish translation. Thank you. Spanish translation will continue.
Are we all set with that? We're good. It's continuing. So
yes.
It should be. Yeah. Okay. We can go to the first slide. All right. So the purpose of this item is to review draft regulations and adopt CSFRA regulations, Chapter 13, charges, to clarify that all rental charges, directly or indirectly charged by a landlord, are part of the definition of rent as stipulated in the Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act, and the cost of such services must be established as part of the initial rental rate and specified in the rental agreement at the commencement of the tenancy, and also to provide a one-time utility adjustment petition process to bring non-compliant practices into compliance with the CSFRA. So a summary of the issue. So CSFRA covered rental units are master metered for utilities such as water, and tenants receive monthly fluctuating bills through ratio utility billing systems. This is not for all utilities. I think as we've mentioned previously, PG&E is something that is sub-metered, and some other properties do have sub-metering for these utilities, but the majority of CSFRA properties are master metered for utilities such as water. The use of ratio utility billing systems and the fluctuations that come with that can be inconsistent with the CSFRA for a few reasons. The first is that utilities are a part of the definition of rent in the CSFRA, and therefore cannot fluctuate up during a 12-month period because the CSFRA limits rent increases to one time per 12 months. In addition, the monthly fluctuation changes associated with RUBS can oftentimes exceed the allowable rent increase percentage or the annual general adjustment. And lastly, because the fluctuations are rarely noticed in accordance with the requirements of state law, which are incorporated by reference into the CSFRA. Back. So the Rental Housing Committee directed staff at its last meeting to evaluate the issue and bring back regulations to clarify the definition of rent under the CSFRA and address utility charges and the use of RUBS. Next slide. So the CSFRA empowers the Rental Housing Committee to establish rules and regulations for the administration and enforcement of the CSFRA. The Rental Housing Committee has had several meetings to study the treatment of utilities in the CSFRA and the impacts of using RUBS or similar systems and how those interact with the CSFRA's limitations on rent increases. The Rental Housing Committee held study sessions on January 1st, 2023, August 21st, 2023, and October 16th, 2023. In addition, staff at the direction of the Rental Housing Committee held 3 stakeholder meetings in February and March of 2023 to gather information from landlords, tenants, and other affected parties. So the input from, or the direction from the Rental Housing Committee was to develop regulations resulting in 1, predictable monthly costs for tenants, housing stability, which is one of the purposes of the CSFRA, by clarifying that utilities are part of rent and that RUBS is prohibited for all CSFRA covered units. In addition, a one-time utility adjustment petition process for landlords to recuperate reasonable costs for utilities to be included in rent. This is related to the fair and reasonable return on investment provision or purpose of the CSFRA to transition non-compliant practices into compliance with the CSFRA. In addition, after timely filing a utility adjustment petition to ensure that landlords are no longer liable for prior overpayment of rent due to RUBS, the use of RUBS. And finally, to provide that tenant petitions regarding utilities are paused during this transition process in order to ensure as much uniformity as possible. Okay, getting into the draft regulations. So Section A of this new Chapter 13 of the CSFRA regulations provides that all utility charges paid directly or indirectly to a landlord are considered rent for the purposes of the CSFRA, and therefore are subject to the limitations in the CSFRA on rent increases. So that is the 1 rent increase for 12 months, the limitation of the increase being the annual general adjustment that's set by the Rental Housing Committee, as well as the required noticing. So sub-metered rental units or utility charges paid directly to a utility provider are exempt from this limitation. So as I mentioned, for instance, people who contract tenants directly who contract with PG&E for electricity and gas, that would not be subject to limitations in CSFRA because those are not utilities that are paid directly or indirectly to the landlord, but rather directly to the utility provider. And finally, the draft regulations would provide that RUBS is prohibited beginning March 1st, 2024, as follows. So for tenancies that are initiated before March 1st, 2024, RUBS may continue to be used until the date that the utility adjustment has been implemented in accordance with the draft regulations. So what that means is that after a one-time utility adjustment petition has been submitted and the calculation approved by staff and the proper notice given to the tenant and the effective date of that one-time adjustment has come. So you can continue to use RUBS as a landlord until such time that that one-time adjustment is implemented. For tenancies commencing on or after March 1st, 2024, RUBS may not be used whatsoever. The cost of utilities need to be included in the rental agreement as part of the total rent, with the total fixed amount and then the details of which utilities and housing services are included. So what that means is that there will be one fixed amount that is the initial rental rate, and then broken down out of that if there are any housing services such as the utility charges, or it could be things like parking, pet rent, so on, that have a discernible fee or amount associated with them. Those should be broken down and explained as part of that one fixed amount. Next slide. So the utility adjustment petition process. So previously the Rental Housing Committee at the last study session determined on a methodology for the one-time utility adjustment. And the methodology would require a landlord to determine it, to calculate and then choose the lesser of a rental unit's share of the utility costs based on the number of rooms in the rental unit as a proportion of all the rooms on the property, or the sum of all applicable Santa Clara County Housing Authority utility allowances in effect. And I'll go through what that means to provide a little bit more detail. So in addition, the Rental Housing Committee had directed staff to include common area deductions. And so these are, staff has recommended that for all properties, there be a baseline of a 10% common area deduction when calculating the unit's proportionate share of the utility costs. And again, I'll explain how that works. And then for each of these additional housing services that are provided, or for each of these additional items, if there's a pool, there's additional landscaping or laundry facilities, an additional 5% should be deducted from the common area deduction. Next slide. So for the calculation of the rooms, this is the calculation that staff recommends for a single room without a kitchen, a living room or bedroom. It's a one room. For a studio, which includes a kitchen in the living room / bedroom, 2 rooms, so on and so forth. So bathrooms and separate dining areas are not counted as rooms for the purposes of this calculation. Okay, so getting into how you calculate the unit's proportionate share. And this is laid out in the regulations and will be further detailed on the petition forms to make this a simpler process for landlords, but just to go through it. So essentially, the step one is to determine the 12-month amount of utility charges for the entire property. So that's taking the master bill for the entire property for all of the utilities that are to be charged to the tenants. So water, sewer, trash, anything else that will be charged to all of the tenants. You take that amount, you determine what that amount is over the prior 12 months before the petition is filed. So the 12-month period. You take those bills, add them together. Then you determine the common area deduction that's applicable, and you deduct it from the amount that was determined in step one. You calculate the average monthly utility charges of the property, excluding the common area deduction for the property. So basically, you take the number from step 2 divided by 12 in step 3. Then you determine the total number of rooms on the property, and you take the number from step 3 and divide it by the total number of rooms on the property to get a per room monthly utility charge. And then to calculate the monthly utility charge per rental unit, you take that monthly utility charge per room and multiply it by the number of rooms in the specific unit, and that will give you your proportionate share for that unit. Then you go to the Santa Clara Housing Authority utility schedule to determine the sum of the applicable utility allowances for the rental unit, and then you compare the number in step 6 to the number in step 5 to determine which one is the lesser amount, and whichever one is the lesser amount will be the one-time utility adjustment amount. So I think, okay, yeah, this is an example to help give you a little bit clearer understanding of how this works. So assuming in step 1 that the only utility charge to the tenants will be the annual water bill. So this is the total water bill for a 12-month period for a 10 2-bedroom unit property is $15,000. Assuming that the common area deduction for this property is 20%, so this includes the 10% base plus 5% for landscaping and 5% for laundry. That would give you $3,000. So you deduct that from the number in step 1, get 12,000, divide that by 12 to get $1,000 for the average monthly water bill for the property. The total number of rooms on the property is going to be 40, based on that schedule of rooms. So it's a total of 4 rooms for a 2-bedroom unit. It's a little bit confusing, but that schedule is laid out. So the monthly utility charges per room is 1,000 divided by 40, which gives you $25. And then for each 2-bedroom unit, the monthly utility calculation is 4 times 25, so 100. And then you look at step 6, which is what the Housing Authority utility schedule determines what the water allowance is for a 2-bedroom unit, $79. So since the 79 is less than the 100, the one-time utility adjustment amount for water is $79 per month per unit. Of course, it's probably not going to be as clean as this. You know, we obviously chose these numbers because they were easy to do on the spot, but this should give you a little bit of sense of how the calculation works. Next slide. Okay, so the deadlines for submission of the utility adjustment petitions. So staff recommended, and at the last meeting in the RHC provided direction that the deadlines for submission for properties with less than 20, sorry, I think that's supposed to say less than 6 units, or no, sorry, greater than 20 units, cannot do that. The greater than sign always. So for more than 20 units shall be within 6 months of the release of the petition process forms. And then for properties between 6 and 20 units will be within 9 months of the release of the forms and the initiation of the process. And then for properties with 1 to 5 units within 12 months. The reason that the smaller properties get an extended period of time is because they tend to be your more mom and pop landlords who might need additional support and additional time to figure out this process. And so that is why the smaller properties are getting more time to submit their petitions. And the release of the petition process does not mean March 1st, 2024. It's estimated that will actually be closer to Q3 of 2024, which would be the first quarter of fiscal year 2024-2025. So sometime between July and September, although that may get pushed back depending on staff capacity. But that is the current estimate. So utility adjustment petition forms and required documentation are to be developed in the coming months, as I mentioned. And then, so determination, once those forms are ready and submitted by the landlord and all of the supporting documentation is provided, there will be a determination by staff of whether the petition packet, which includes the forms as well as any required documentation that's outlined in the draft regulations, whether that's complete or incomplete. If it's incomplete, then staff will notify the landlord of what needs to be included in order to complete the packet. If it's complete, then a notice of completion will be sent to both the landlord and all of the tenants that are impacted, along with the tenant response form, informing the tenant that they have 30 days to file a response and contest any part of the landlord's calculation. Slide. So after the 30 days have elapsed for a tenant to submit a response, staff will review the petition packets, review any tenant responses that are received, and make an administrative determination as to whether the one-time utility adjustment amount was properly calculated. So similar to the process, the breakdown of how things, the order in which things need to be submitted for staff's review and to sort of lessen the burden and not require them to review hundreds of calculations for some of these properties. The regulations provide that for properties with 1 to 5 units, staff will review all of the calculations. For properties with 6 or more units where no tenant response is received, then staff will review 20% of the units selected at random, the calculations. And then for properties with 6 or more where a tenant response is received, then staff will review 15% of the calculation randomly selected plus the units that filed a response. And in all cases, there will be at least 2 units that are reviewed. Oh, is that? I think there's additional. Okay. So utility adjustment is to be included in the next available 12-month increase. So essentially that means that the landlord has to wait 12 months from the last rent increase to impose the utility adjustment. So how that will work is that you first determine the AGA on the existing rent, and then you add the one-time utility adjustment amount to that increased rent. If the landlord intends to take the AGA that year. If they don't, then they just have to wait 12 months from the last rent increase. Or if there is a longer term lease that's in place, for instance, you have an 18-month lease that's still in effect, then you would have to wait until the lease has expired in order to impose the rent increase. Unlike the fair rate of return petitions or petitions for upward adjustment of rent, no tenant hardship petitions would be allowed for a utility adjustment petition. The reason being that these are costs that the tenants are likely already paying. And then there's no further liability for landlords who timely implement the utility adjustment petition process. Tenants can still file a civil action to recover prior overpayment by the tenant of the rent related to utility charges billed through RUBS or an other similar system. This is a piece of the CSFRA that the Rental Housing Committee cannot change. The CSFRA provides that a tenant has the right to file a civil action for any alleged overpayment to the landlord. And so that is not something that can be changed via regulation. Next slide. So other pieces of tenant petitions related to overpayment of utilities. So for prior decisions on utility charges, these are not overturned by the regulations. So if there was a determination made 6 months ago by a hearing officer related to how utility charges fit into the base rent for a unit, these regulations do not overturn that. That would remain in effect, and essentially that unit would be exempt from going through this one-time utility adjustment petition process. And there will be a creation of a place in the form where the landlord could say, this unit is exempt from this calculation because there was that decision made. For petitions that are currently in progress, meaning they were filed before today, that have utility charge issues in them, those will continue to move forward in the hearing process, and the hearings will be held by March 1st, 2024. For future petitions for current tenants, so tenants, if a landlord fails to file the one-time utility adjustment petition by the deadline, then petitions are allowed after the filing deadline for landlords have expired. If the landlord timely files and implements the adjustment, then no tenant petition is allowed for overpayment. And then for future petitions for new tenants, meaning those whose tenancy commences on or after March 1st, 2024, those will be allowed at any time for issues relating to the landlord's compliance with the regulations. So what that means is, if there's a requirement that the landlord include the utility amounts in the initial rental rate, but then the landlord, for a tenancy that commences in April, continues to use RUBS. In that case, a tenant, because their tenancy commenced after March 1st, 2024, and it's a matter of complying with these regulations, they will be able to file a petition to basically say, hey, landlord, you need to comply with this requirement and stop charging RUBS for my new tenancy. And then finally, the draft regulations provide that tenant petitions regarding utility charges can be granted an extension of the statute of limitations in the case the landlord fails to timely implement a utility adjustment. So basically accounting for the fact that there's going to be a pause, a hearing officer can thereafter decide, I'm going to grant them an additional X amount of time overpayment because they were not able to file their petition sooner and their landlord failed to implement the utility adjustment in a timely manner. So fiscal impacts. The implementation and administration of these proposed regulations and the resulting process of petitions will require additional staff hours and may require the hiring of temporary and or permanent staff by the Rent Stabilization Division. The Rent Stabilization Division continues to refine its processes to increase compliance with the CSFRA, thereby continuing to be as effective and streamlined as before. And staff will report back to the Rental Housing Committee in a later meeting and include this in the budget discussions for fiscal year 2024-2025. Next slide. So recommendations are for the Rental Housing Committee to adopt CSFRA Regulations Chapter 13, Utility Charges, as provided in Attachment 1. And I won't reread all of this, which I already read, but I am happy to take any questions.
Okay, so now so Naz, are you done with your presentation?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And so now we will move to committee member questions. Committee member Ma.
I have a few questions. First one is, so the text of the resolution has a bunch of sections marked as date to be determined. Is that the exact text that staff is proposing us to approve tonight?
We actually could add Q3 2024.
But that's not a date. That's a period, right?
Right.
Okay, because there may be need for some kind of stability, just if they're like, here's a final, like, we will start guns a-blazing by this point, but that we can discuss that during comment period.
Maybe I can make the following suggestion. In the coming 2-3 months, we probably know better when this petition process can start, and we can bring it back to the Rental Housing Committee with a firm date.
Okay, so do you expect that to happen sometime during the budget process or earlier or later?
Probably March,
okay.
April. Yeah.
Another question is on section B12 about the procedure of the adjustment. It is not clear to me that the text of the resolution specifically says you first do the AGA, then do the, raise by the adjustment. I feel it's a little ambiguous as whether of the ordering that could happen in, but maybe that's just a plain reading of that section?
So what that section is trying to say is you cannot take more than one rent increase within a 12-month period.
Yes.
So if the one-time adjustment is granted, let's say in May, and the property owner had given a rent increase in January prior to that, they can't actually implement, if it's an increase, they can't implement it until the next January.
I get that, but I feel like the wording is still vague of whether you do the adjustment after the AGA, on the same day, on the same, notice to the tenant. That it's clear that it's AGA first.
I mean, you certainly can, if you're going to take them both.
I think the question is, does the AGA also apply to the amount added?
No, it does not.
Like, would it be multiplying?
No, because you haven't implemented.
Okay, so AGA and then plus
the text of the resolution is very clear on that. Okay, just felt that was weird reading. And the last question I'll say for now is, we did get a question from the public about the lack of timelines given to the period of time where the process is in staff's hands. Does staff propose timelines on that, or we can revisit that later once you have you finalize more of the process?
I think we may want to bring that back also in March, April. So even we are giving the first batch of landlords like a 6-month timeline. If they all file at the same date, that's going to be a different processing than people filing over time.
Yeah.
So let's
We can revisit
bring
them.
that back. Yeah.
Okay, those are my questions for now.
Committee Member Cox?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to get my head around the idea that how this, the AGA works in terms of the timing with the imposement of this one-time utility adjustment. So can you remind me which month it is that we usually do the AGA?
Well, landlords do it throughout the year, but from September onwards each year, they can apply the new AGA for that year.
Okay, so September then. All right. Yeah, the thing I'm trying to understand is, it's a staggered process, right? I mean, and that we have, you were talking about starting in Q3, that it would be, the petition process would start, and that, large tenants. Alex, do you have something you need to? Oh, okay. I just don't want to have two conversations.
Patricia, could you jump back to the slide that has the 3 batches? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex, and thank you for putting this up, because this is what I'm wondering about, right? I mean, so I'm just wondering that looking at this, whether there might be an issue if, in terms of how long somebody gets to getting his information for the petition process in place, as to whether he'll be able to take it at 1 year for the AGA, or it'll have to wait a year because he's late. Do you understand my question?
Yes, I do understand it. So depending on when they do the rent increases, not everybody does it on September 1st, right? Okay. People go into leases in all different months. So the landlords can time that when they file this petition. Mm-hmm. So it will coincide, or they will get the completeness before the next AGA is due.
Okay, it's just saying to me that it may be to certain people's incentive, certain landlords' incentive. Oh, it might be to certain landlords' incentive to get this done in a more timely process, because they'll be able to take the adjustments sooner, right? Okay, just want to be clear on that.
I'd like to comment next. Question. I'll hold for comments.
Thank you. I have 4 questions. On slide 34, it says submetered rental units or utility charges paid directly to utility provider are exempt. So there are third-party services that, based on a submeter that's installed, will then bill for actual usage. And so the question is, is it the payment to the landlord that is causal, or is it not having an estimate of shared usage? It seems to me like it's not about whether the landlord or the agent of the landlord is charging for utilities. It's whether there is an actual metered. It's done based on actual metering, or it's done based on an estimation of shared usage. Can the staff clarify that?
Yeah, I think the intent is if you can actually measure the tenant's usage with a meter, then that can continue forward. The problem is when we have shared meters.
Thank you. So then if we go to the proposed language, which was the last slide you presented, slide 45. So shared or master, okay. So this still, then I'm just clarifying then that this still would allow, if the landlord were to install sub-meters in all the units, the landlord or an agent of the landlord would be able to charge for the actual usage. Yes.
If you look at the regulations in A2A, it does make that distinction.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Second question on, we received an email with some questions or from someone from a housing company, and it was questioning the ratios of 10% for the common areas, 5% for the pool, 5% for landscaping. It is interesting to note that landscaping, especially grass, does use a lot of water. I certainly observed that at my house. And so having landscaping the same as laundry facilities does bring up the question, what drove these estimates of 10, 5, 5, and 5, and should they be investigated per property, or is it correct to have a blanket percentage for the whole city?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm basing these percentages on previous discussions with landlords and with RUPS providers that did not go into detail of the percentages per amenity, but gave the impression that on average 20-25% of the bills was a common practice to deduct for common areas, but we also realized that not all properties are equal. Yeah. Some properties have no such amenities and others do. I did ask for further input from the CAA. I have not received any feedback on what would be reasonable CAD deductions.
Yeah, it may be just worth looking at the one which sticks out to me most is landscaping, because grass does consume a tremendous amount of water, and so a property that doesn't have grass could have a much different profile than one that does. Okay, and let's see here. On slide 40, where it talks about the breakdown of the number of units, more than 20, 6 to 20, 1 to 5. Do we have a rough assessment of how many properties are in each of those three categories, just approximate orders of magnitude?
Yes, we do. We have about 303 properties between 1 and 5 units. We have about 245 properties between 6 and 20 units. And we have about 140 properties that are larger than 20 units.
Yeah, and it was an interesting comment in that same letter, but staff had already addressed this idea of smaller properties are more likely to be mom and pop, makes sense, so give them some more time. And then that's weighed against the comment from the Prometheus person of, would it make more sense to have the smaller ones go first, where it might be more practical to evaluate how the process is going? I'm not sure in my own mind, just because there are pros and cons to each approach, but did the staff consider that idea of it might be easier to process the smaller units and then take those learnings and apply them to the larger units?
I think the calculations are the same, because the calculations ultimately are the per unit calculations. So whether you do that 5 times or you do that 100 times, I don't think that would make a big difference. On the other hand, we assumed, maybe wrongly so, that the bigger units already have the information ready at hand, where smaller landlords probably have to dig a little bit to find all the relevant information.
Thank you. Okay, and then my final question. Appreciate that. Slide 42, talking about and you made the point, no further liability for landlords who timely implement the adjustment process, but the CSFRA in its text does allow for the civil action. Just to clarify, the civil action would not come to a hearing officer in this committee, it would go to a court?
Yes, we would have nothing to do with that.
Okay, thank you, no, nothing else.
Committee Member Rosas?
So,
Vice Chair Rosas?
it's okay. No worries. So just to clarify, because I kind of got a little lost here. So can you explain to me, or did I hear it wrong? Because that could happen. How is it that landlords would be able to charge going forward if they decide to get individual meters for utilities? Or did I hear it wrong?
If they install individual meters, then the tenants get charged for their specific personal usage.
Okay, so then they would not be so landlords would not be able to charge tenants additional utilities, right? So is that
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
For the sub-metered utilities, yeah.
Oh, okay, for individual. Okay, great. Thank you.
Committee Member Cox.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that. We had talked in the previous hearings about the idea that if some landlord did install, the individual meters after this action taken, there would be, an adjustment, severing the rent from the utilities so that the rent would be actually less. But I'm not sure, I don't remember seeing any wording in this document, or maybe you can point it out to me, how that process is going to happen. Or is that something that we're going to have a separate change to the CSFRA to cover?
So that's already covered in the CSFRA. That would be a downward adjustment for reduction in housing services.
Oh, it would be handled by that process.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Committee Member Ma.
One minor question. The 4-year statute of limitations, where does that come from? Is that just general California law, or is it?
That's California law.
Okay, and do we have the right to toll that, or?
We believe we do.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions. I'm curious if it's important to keep the civil action reference in this chapter.
Naz may have a comment as well. It's not absolutely necessary. It is covered in the CSFRA.
Yeah, I think it just makes clear that this is not eliminating that right. Because I think saying that landlord will not have any liability under the petition process, at least, could be confusing for tenants. As to whether they can still seek out civil actions in court. So.
Thank you. So I just wanted to be sure I understood that we're doing two distinct calculations. One, using the common area and dividing by the unique number of rooms and so on. And the other one is adding the Santa Clara County Housing Authority utility allowances. And only one of those uses common area %, and that's the dividing the utility. And the Santa Clara County utility allowances doesn't depend at all on the...
That's a preset calculation that they already provided. I am not familiar with how they came to those numbers and what they did and what they deducted to come to those numbers.
Okay.
So those numbers are on a per unit basis, so it's an assumption that those are applicable to the unit and not anything else but the unit.
Thank you. I'd like to better understand, there was a slide that referred to future petitions and extensions. And I didn't quite absorb it. So, Naz, would you be available to just kind of talk through this? And I'm kind of, to follow it, it would help me to understand who's being benefited by delays or harmed or getting an extension, the landlord or the tenant.
Sure. So I'll go through each of these again, just so, because there are quite a number of categories. So for prior decisions, these are decisions that have already been decided by a hearing officer or potentially affirmed by a rental housing committee's decision on appeal that relate to utility charges. This is basically saying that it's not overturned by these regulations. So if a hearing officer determined that X amount was part of the base rent for a unit for utilities charges, then that will remain in place. And for that unit that determination has been made, a landlord won't have to include them in the one-time utility adjustment petition. A reset on that. I'm going to go through each of these with you. So just let me know if that makes sense or if you have questions on it.
I'm fine. And okay. I think you could just jump to the future petitions part.
Okay, great. So for future petitions, so we're basically saying that if a landlord fails to file the utility adjustment petition, then by the deadline, which is yet to be determined, but it's one of those applicable deadlines, then after that deadline has elapsed and the landlord has not filed, then a tenant can file a petition related to utilities charges to basically get a determination as to what their base rent should be. If a landlord does timely file and implement the adjustment, the one-time utility adjustment amount, then no tenant petition is allowed for overpayment. And this goes back to what we were just talking about related to civil actions. The tenant can still seek a civil action. Again, that's something that we cannot change. But as far as trying to recoup any overpayment related to utilities charges through a petition process, the tenant cannot do that if their landlord has timely filed the petition and implemented the one-time adjustment.
Good so far.
Okay. So for future petitions for new tenants, so these are for tenancies that commence on or after March 1st, 2024. We're saying, so let's say a tenant has their tenancy commences on June 1st, 2024. And while their landlord says in the agreement, in their rental agreement, this is the amount of your initial rental rate that is going to be related to your utility charges that are paying. It's $100 a month. But then the landlord, for some reason, continues to use RUBS for that unit and bills them through RUBS rather than just charging them that set amount. In those cases where it's a new tenancy and they're not going to be subject to this one-time utility adjustment petition process, in that case the tenant can file a petition at any time and say, hey, my landlord's not complying with this requirement in these regulations and is charging me RUBS, despite saying in the agreement that I was only going to be charged $100 a month for utility charges.
And what is it about, I don't understand yet, about the statute of limitations being referenced?
Yeah, so this is basically the idea that, so the statute of limitations is for 4 years, as we've discussed. But basically you're pausing tenant petitions to give landlords an opportunity to file these petitions. And if they comply, great, then the tenant can't even file a petition. But in the case that the landlord doesn't, so third bullet point, first bullet under that, if the landlord fails to file that utility adjustment petition on time and the tenant has to file a petition, we're saying, hey, hearing officer, you can extend that 4-year look back for the amount of time that the tenant petition process was paused to give the landlord time to comply. So let's say, I don't know, it's a year and a half out from today. The hearing officer in that case would have the discretion to look back instead of 4 years for the statute of limitations, 5.5 years.
Thank you. So I have another question that's somewhat related to what's discussed here, but not exactly. So I'd like to understand what happens if a landlord just, is out-of-town landlord, oblivious to all this, and never files a one-time adjustment petition. So all the, they've not met their deadline, and then maybe the first tenant at their property, something makes them aware because, the petition is, I'm not sure what it would be, but, they become aware and they say, oh, I was supposed to do this. Do they, have they lost their ability to file a one-time adjustment petition if they miss the deadline?
As currently written, yes, that they can only file it within those deadlines.
So then if they had been charging for a unit $2,000 and billing through RUBS $200, then there would have to, if a tenant petitioned them to point this out, then the tenants, they would not have a right to catch up and do a one-time adjustment anymore. The hearing officer would likely find that the tenant would not be billed for utilities, and that the initial rent of $2,000, with any subsequent AGAs, would become the tenant's new rent, including utilities.
So we can't make a sort of guess as to what the hearing officers would do. It's possible that the hearing officers might revert back to what they've done in prior decisions, which is taking the actual amounts that the tenant was charged, during their initial term of tenancy for utility charges, and dividing that, averaging that over a 12-month period and adding that to the base rental amount. They might do something else. That's really going to be up to the discretion of the hearing officer in those cases. They may choose to use, the process that's set out here and make that determination. But I think that, and I don't know, Karen, if you disagree, but I think that they would have discretion to choose what makes sense in that scenario.
Would it be an option for the Rental Housing Committee to allow late one-time adjustment petition, but to charge a fine for it if it was late?
It's an option. The problem is if it's late, then the tenant can file a petition anytime. So we are pausing tenants' rights to file petitions here, which is why this is a discrete period, and to bring properties into compliance. So I suppose we could have a procedure where we could look at late petitions and determine what's equitable. But I think, as Naz said, that should go through the standard petition process, and the hearing officers can make a determination then.
Thank you. I think that's all my questions. Do we have other questions before we go to the public? Oh, I did have, there were landlord submitted questions asking, would it be possible to initiate all the calculations for the one-time adjustment out of the registry? And I'm just curious to ask staff what they think of that possibility, if it is viable or not.
Yeah,
I looked into that. So not for all tenancies we have, especially the older tenancies, we don't have the initial term and the initial rent in the database, because most properties started entering into the database in 2021. Some did right away in 2018. There's also problems when properties mass upload information on an annual basis that deletes the previous year upload, mass upload. And the third issue with that would be that most properties only update their information in the database in January, February, and they do not during the year update information about vacancies or rent increases. So the best information we have at most is mostly that of a January, February timeframe.
And that would be somewhat out of date by the third quarter when we're going to be initiating.
Yeah.
Thank you. Committee Member Brown?
Does the rent registry include number of rooms per unit?
It says the number of bedrooms. So you can make kind of deductions of how many rooms that would be. Yeah.
Except in the difference between SROs and studios.
Yeah.
I think we're ready to go to public comment on this item. So people wishing to speak in person should have submitted a speaker card. And Andrea, do we have speakers in person? Okay, there.
Yep, just 1 second as I pull up the timer.
Okay. Oh, first, online speakers, if you could raise your hand so we can see how many speakers are, how many participants are wanting to speak. So appreciate if you could raise hands if you're planning to speak tonight.
Looks like there's 3.
So that will be easily 3 minutes per person.
All right, and we will start public comment with Anil in person.
Starting. All right. Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association. I've submitted a letter explaining our points in greater detail. I just wanted to go briefly over them and highlight our concerns with the petition process as outlined in the staff report. Since we reviewed the process that was outlined only the last few days, we found the process to be cumbersome, unnecessarily complicated, and prone to errors. The request for data to process petitions through the registry, the request for data to process petitions is redundant as much of data can be obtained to the registry. It is also cumbersome as the process requires pictures of every room of the unit, which most owners likely will not have. Another area which was discussed was the issue of common area deductions. Look, 10% was described by staff as general maintenance of the property. I would argue landscaping is considered general maintenance of the property. Laundry would be general maintenance of the property. General maintenance covers a lot of these issues. You don't need to add an automatic 10% and then add individual ones on top of that. Not to mention many properties over the last few years have converted to either water light landscaping or artificial turf, and those instances aren't counted in this calculation. So I think that the 10% is an excessive automatic amount and should really be looked at property by property. Furthermore, look, we've been discussing this issue since January of this year. We've spent a year now on this process. We've had 3 days to really examine this petition process. We haven't spoken to any property owners. You haven't held any outreach sessions to understand what areas can be streamlined, what areas can be addressed to really make it easier for staff to process and easier for property owners to comply with. You've already discussed adding more staff, hiring more staff, spending more money on this. Instead of doing all that, why don't we just take a pause and do some outreach sessions, talk to property owners, bring them together, explain the process, have them provide feedback, and then approve a petition process when this is all done. We've been doing this for a year. Another month or two would not hurt in making sure we have a watertight and streamlined process. Look, a lot of these owners have gone through this process once before when San Jose eliminated. I think they have a lot of expertise in understanding how a streamlined process would work. I would urge you to talk to them before approving anything tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask Bill Cosby.
Thank you. Philip Cosby, speaking for the Cafecito of St. Athanasius. I can't tell you how many of our members have been complaining about their service bills over the past couple of years. I'm really thrilled that the rental housing staff has come up with what seems to be a fair implementation.
Could you speak closer to the mic?
A fair implementation of a rent adjustment to compensate for the utility costs. I'm a little disappointed that it's going to take so long to implement, but I encourage you to continue. Thank you.
All right, Reina Dominguez.
Hi, good evening. I live in Mountain View City, and then so I don't know what this has caused a lot of problems to discuss because there are some properties that they have these regulations, so they just charge monthly rent and include utilities. So when I move to my apartments, I have to pay utilities, which is garbage, sewer, and garbage, and water. But my surprise is that it never is the same amount. Every single time it's different amounts and never lower, always high. And whenever one apartment is off, like they left, we have to pay more money because they left. We need to pay for the other people's, and plus when they move they put in more garbage, so they just call, oh, come to pick up the garbage because it's more. But I mean, that people left, they don't will pay, we're gonna pay. So I don't know why you don't you can check how do the other properties work including their utilities. Maybe it's kind of the same, because now you're thinking to, oh, okay, so we're gonna raise your rent, so our rent is gonna increase, so it's it's gonna be okay, because it's going to be one amount every month, the same amount. But I hope the increase, it won't be too high, because then it won't be helpful for me. Like on my apartment, we live 3 people, and we pay $200 monthly. Do you think this is fair, $200 monthly just for 3 people? I don't think so. So can you please do something fast, because this is taking too long and too much expenses that we have to pay here. And the how do you say, the money I get from my work is not that high to pay all my expenses, especially when it's more and more and more. And thank you.
So wait, before you go. Yeah, can you clarify what do you mean by whenever someone leaves?
Oh, when some of the properties leaves, like they left an apartment, so our monthly amount increase. Like if I have to pay $200, but 2 apartments, like right now, three people left from our apartments, 3 apartments are gone, so we have to pay more. I guess that's why I pay more than $200 this month, because they call the garbage to come and pick more garbage than they usually do, because who's gonna pay? We are paying. And then also I can see that they not even check like when a pipe is broken and the water for the gardens, and it's broken, water just goes everywhere, but not to the plants. So they don't check that up too. So I have to call and tell them, so they come. But I mean, the manager lives there, but who's he doesn't wake up early, I guess, to check up. So, but that's the water we have to pay, or that's why maybe they don't put attention, like, oh, okay, come to get more garbage, or whatever happens with the water, or we don't do laundry there either. So, but we have to pay water.
Sandra?
First, good evening, and thank you very much for taking your time and finally listen to us, to the renters. Thank you. So I can celebrate Christmas. This is one of my gifts for many years. Thank you, thank you. So, any of you know how to conserve a bill has the bill? Do you know how to look like? To anybody? I mean, Alex or Guadalupe or Eddie or Robert, Kevin or Mark, do you know how? Did you ever see one bill? Maybe that's what the confusion it is, because it's hard maybe for you to understand. If you don't mind, I can show you my bill, and it says flat. They don't tell me how much I'm using. My mom is in Peru, and it's only myself. And as you know, everybody, it's just, what time is it right now? Almost 10, I don't know. So I'm gone from 8 o'clock, and I'm still not home. So I don't cook, I don't use shower, I don't use laundry. So I'm in 0% in my house. I don't have mine. So, but they charge me this.
Well, for the audience, Mark, can you give the mic or just point it? Thank you.
So this is the bill. So it doesn't say gallons, doesn't say nothing. There's only flat. So maybe you have to see one of the bill, conservative bill. So it's only say that. I don't know how.
Yeah, it just gives you the number.
So that part, I don't understand.
See, I've seen the bill.
Okay. It's the charges. So thank you so much.
I just don't want the remote folks to not be able to hear.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. So that is the sad part that I don't know why I have to pay $132.80 if I'm not there. I just, I take a shower every day, but it's a lot of money, like for me. I don't take shower 3 times a day. I use 1 shower every night. So thank you very much, and I really, I'm begging and I will keep begging and coming. This is should addressed right away. You guys leaving, everybody's not gonna be the same as next year. We're gonna get a roller coaster starting over again, and that is not fair for us. I've been working very hard. I have 2 jobs. And like Raina said, that she's not making enough money. So do I. So we need you guys. Thank you.
All right, now we'll go to our Zoom listeners. I'll ask Steve Welter to unmute.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to kind of follow up with what Anil said. First and foremost, we've spent a lot of time on this. The petition process came out within the last, 7, 8, 9 days. This is absolutely not in a condition for it to be voted on or approved tonight. Absolutely not. There's too many holes. A lot of things haven't been considered. So first and foremost, you cannot vote to approve this. You have to extend and fix the holes. There was an example of a calculation that showed water. Does that mean there's a calculation for water, another calculation for sewer, another calculation for trash, another calculation for gas? That's unclear. It needs to be clarified in your documentation. The timeline for apartments that have a greater number of units, that's more work, and you're giving them less time. You're making some assumption that that because they're a larger property, they have the ability to throw resources at them to achieve a shorter timeline. That is a bad assumption. More work, more time. Another thing that is unclear is there's nothing I saw about notifying property owners of the OTA, you know, in the documentation. Are you going to send something to every property owner? And one big one, when the OTA gets implemented, you have to allow RUBS to continue, not till when the petition gets sent, but when you allow us to implement the OTA. You can't force us to forego a legal rent. Yeah, there's some that are high, there's some that are not, but you can't force the property owners to forego this rent. You can't say, okay, you turn the petition in here, your OTA goes in 6 months later. For those 6 months, you can't charge RUBS. That is unacceptable. The common area deduction, what is the 10% for? Please tell me. Please. Yes, we have a pool, 5%, no problem. We have laundry, 5%, no problem. We have landscaping, 5%. I'm going to argue with that because we don't have any lawn. We have all drip systems. Not every property is the same, but yeah, there should be a percentage for landscape. But what, pray tell, is this 10% for? It's unacceptable, totally. So I will just reiterate in my last 10 seconds, this is not ready for a vote tonight for approval. You cannot vote for it. There's too many holes. It's unclear, and you got to fix it before you can vote on it.
Thank you. All right, we'll next go to Amber on Zoom. If you could unmute yourself.
Oh, hello, everybody. I just wanted to say that I agree with everything that Steve and that Anil said today. I feel like the ordinance is half-baked. I mean, to read that the fiscal impact is unknown, to read that the forms, we're not sure when they're going to be provided, to read that there are no timeframes associated with the actual petition process, and then to hear that there's no way that the current unit registration can be utilized in any way. It just seems like a real dismissal. And, you know, there has been a substantial investment in infrastructure, the IT infrastructure for this body, and it should be used. And the rent stabilization website too. Instead, the proposal is that there's going to be thousands of letters, I guess, mailed at the time the petition process is initiated and at the time that the petition process is concluded. And in between those 2 points, there is absolutely no deadlines within that time frame for how quickly staff must act. And this is going to be a huge undertaking, particularly if staff continues to have the kinds of requirements, for example, pictures of every room, site plans for every unit, things like that. I mean, it just, I just think we get a little bit excessive, especially when there already is a auditing procedure that would catch any sort of, mistakes in that regard. So I agree. I really do think this is half-baked. I find it offensive that as a member of the public, I have less than 3 business days to review something this intensive, and that really does affect people's rights. And so, the March 1, 2024 date, if you want to keep that, that's fine. But I really feel like this ordinance is not at all in a final format. I feel like it's got a lot of issues with it, and I agree with the tenants who've spoken up today and said this is a long process. And honestly, based on the current reading and language of the statute, there are no timeframes. So this is really difficult, and I would stress caution, and I would stress that we've come this far, and looking at this. And while I don't agree with the elimination of RUBS, I know that that's what this body has decided. But why then are we rushing into, a really unfinished ordinance? especially when the deadlines are so far into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now ask Jeff Zell to unmute.
Hello, thanks. I'm assuming you can hear me. You know where I'm coming from because I own property in Mountain View, and this this is the funniest, damn worst thing I think I've seen ever come out of either Mountain View, and even San Jose. But I'm going to ask you some questions, and I expect these questions to get answered during your discussions. So write them down. What happens if that $79 limit is less than the actual, which results in a loss of both revenue and value to the building? Will the RHC reimburse us for this loss in both the costs and the value to the building? That's like one pair of questions. Next question. What happens if my petition is approved, but the next raise is 6 months away, or less or more? Do I lose that revenue between the time my petition is submitted and when the increase goes into effect? That's a big problem. Another question. My landscaping is artificial grass, no water required. Why am I losing 5% if I don't spend any water on my landscaping? Next question. Why do I have to take pictures of each room when you have that information in the registry? And also, does anyone on the RHC think it's a violation of the tenant's privacy for me to go in there, take pictures of their units in every room, and submit it to the city? Probably my last set of questions. Common area deduction is for landscaping, pool, laundry, etc. Why is it being doubly counted? Either there's a common area deduction, or there's the pool deduction, or there shouldn't be both. You're basically doubly counting those deductions. I will close this by saying this is the most convoluted, complicated system I've ever seen, and I'm going to hate to admit this publicly, but when San Jose banned rubs and did their petitions, they actually got it right. Go learn what they did and do it right. Thank you.
All right, we'll now ask Malia to unmute.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, good evening. Thank you. Thank you for taking on this topic of rubs. I am a renter in the city of Mountain View, and I do receive bills similar to one of the previous speakers, Sandra Esparza, Conservis, and I believe also Raina as well. And I share the same sentiments. Our bills are not consistent. They fluctuate. I have 2 residents in my unit. I actually have 3 on my lease, but one's away at college over 85% of the time. And my most recent bill is $97.90 for water, which includes, actually it's a little bit more than that. I left off the water base charge. So over $100, which is for water base charge, cold water, water heating, and hot water. Additional charge for sewer of $30.81. My trash is $42.10, which is higher than the city of Mountain View's 32-gallon waste bins. So I'm paying a higher, excuse me, it's $42.10. I'm paying $67.84 for trash. And I have a service fee for the billing. So basically $207.07 I'm paying for water, pest control, sewer, trash, and a service fee. And every month it's different. And I have, like I said, 85% of the time I have 2 residents in my home. And it's really unclear how the common area billing is getting added to our complexes. I would just like for there to be clarity to understand what is it I'm being billed for. And are we paying for, when a tenant, if the landlord, for example, in my particular complex, I think they're replacing a lot of their laundry machines. Are we paying the hauling fees for that? Because they're doing replacements. Where are these numbers coming from? I'd like there to be transparency, a way for us to actually see the billing, or there would be, maybe it's a once a year audit where the city could say, hey, we'd like to look at your November billing for 2023 or something. Some way just to keep the scales balanced and honest scales, because it's really fluctuates, and it is hard when you have limited income and you're budgeting. But I do thank the city for taking this on. It's really complex. I can't imagine too, just to be fair on the landlord side too, there is a lot to take into consideration, and to allot them to the time to do what they need to do to be abiding in this. So thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Okay, now we will have any further questions in our Rental Housing Committee comment and discussion. Committee Member Ma.
For clarification, so if you are in for current tenancies, a landlord only needs to phase out RUBS once the adjustment has been added to their rent, correct? And no earlier than that.
Correct.
Okay, and that's it.
That was my question too, thanks.
My focus was low. Repeat your statement again. I call on Committee Member Cox.
Oh, I was just saying that my question was the same as Committee Member Maas, so thank you for, you want to know what it was?
Yes.
Oh, okay. The question was, we'd heard from several people who've testified here that it's not fair that once they put their petition into place, they don't get to take advantage of the annual adjustment until the period rolls over. It sounded as if they were saying that they would have to eliminate RUBS as soon as the petition went in, and there's a period where they won't get compensated for utilities. And staff is saying that's not true. I mean, the RUBS only needs to be eliminated once they take the one-time adjustment. Did I get that right, Honky?
Yes, that is correct.
Committee Member Balch.
Yeah, thank you. I had the same question, so glad we had said now 3 times. Very good. There are a couple of questions that the speakers from the public raised, which are interesting to me. I'm not familiar with the San Jose experience in any detail. Did the staff look at San Jose, and what kind of learnings did we take away from that?
Yeah, so one of the options we presented to the Rental Housing Committee was the system that was used by San Jose, which is you take a year-long utility bills for each tenant, for each rental unit. You divide them by 12, and you make the average per month utility bill, and that's what you add to your rent, as opposed to the rooms that this Rental Housing Committee thought that was a simpler and less cumbersome process than trying to find all the utility bills for each rental unit. As an alternative, Rental Housing can also think about just applying the Santa Clara County utility allowance numbers, and then nobody needs to produce any bills or anything.
Thank you. Maybe along the same lines here, I am sensitive to the idea that there is a lot of overhead with photographs and potentially lots of detailed filing data. It seems like the staff has already accounted for random audits. So there's the minimum of 2 units, and then some percentage beyond that would be randomly audited. Would that auditing not be enough to kind of keep everyone honest, or is all that detailed data truly required?
So what auditing are you referring to?
On slide 41, it says for units of 6 or more, 20% of units randomly examined, rounded up from at least 2 units?
We do that during the petition process. So when they give us, yeah, I see your point. Right. So we don't need all the pictures for all the units, is what you're saying?
Right, exactly. The point being is that could the process be simplified without requiring photos of every room and every unit for hundreds of units in every property, and then we have the random, maybe I used the wrong term, not audit, but whatever, the random examination?
Yeah, I want to clarify one thing.
yeah.
There is no requirement that you have to submit photos. There is a requirement that you have to submit some evidence of how many rooms are in the property. You can choose photos if you've got floor plans, if you've got some other way to prove to us that that's how many rooms there are. So I think people got kind of stuck on the word
That
photo.
was just an option.
That is an option. In terms of the random sampling, I mean, I know there was a suggestion of if you're only going to look at 5, let us only submit 5. But the point of it is that the tenants have to have the ability to respond. And if you only pick 5 in a 20-unit building, there are 15 tenants that have no ability to look at what their unit is going to potentially look like, and whether they can respond.
And the tenant in that property would not have they would have the ability to appeal, but you're saying that they wouldn't have a base of data to appeal with?
Not about their particular unit, potentially. And as you've just heard from the tenants, the billing under the RUB system is really opaque. They don't get information, so this is the only way they would be able to determine, is this comparable to what I've been paying? Is this, where does this fit?
Yeah, sure. And it is interesting, though, what Anki mentioned about using the Santa Clara County standard number as a yardstick to say, does this seem kosher or am we completely off the trail? Yeah.
And I did compare some of the private tenant conservice bills with the numbers that are used by the Santa Clara County utility allowance, and they are very comparable.
Yeah.
So
I'm saying that could be a good sanity check on the process without maybe having to have all the data, because if it's very far off that number, it raises the question of why.
I think if the Rental Housing Committee feels that that might be the standard to calculate, then you can just adopt that and not even do the rooms calculation. You can just refer to the Santa Clara County utility allowance. That makes it even simpler than San Jose.
And that would then become the adjustment, I think, is what, just to make clear. So we would just implement those numbers.
Potentially, yeah. And then my final question / comment, I am sensitive to the 10-5-5 fixed numbers, just because I am very aware that even in a private house, the results vary dramatically depending on your landscaping and pool, or no, well, you already have the pool call out, and so I do wonder about what would the process look like to just have it, since the property is submitting all this data already. What would the process look like incrementally to have the common usage assessed per property? I don't know how difficult or easy that would be, but that could address the concern that many people are raising.
Can you?
That could certainly be done. Oh, go ahead, Neff. But that increases the work for staff.
Yeah, I think you would still need to have a standard by which staff would have to compare it to.
Sure.
To be clear, those numbers are on. So some of the speakers mentioned, what if I don't have landscaping that uses water? And it's like, okay, that's sort of the point, is that there's a baseline 10%, and then if you have each of those things, then you add the 5%, not you're taking that 5% immediately. The idea is you take what is applicable. So you don't have to take the 5% if you don't have a pool. You don't have to take the 5% if you don't have a laundry facility on site. So it is already sort of contoured to the needs of the property. You would still have to have a standard against which to apply it to. Otherwise, I'm not sure how you could do an individual property by property assessment.
Yeah, so and the 10% came about because even if you don't have landscaping, you don't have a pool, you don't have laundry facilities, you're still maintaining the outside of the building and the common pathways and maybe the inside stairwells. Maybe you wash the outside windows. I mean, I'm just thinking about things that still need to happen around a property that may contain certain utility usage.
Yeah, my final comment then, I think it is just worth discussing this Santa Clara County standard number. That might just make things super, super simple, but that would be a whole other, staff would have to look at that. Thank you.
Committee Member Cox.
Yeah, back onto this. So thanks for the clarification about, we don't all have to be in pictures, but, the idea that you're not requiring the submission of the pictures. But I guess one thing that I would like to know is that with respect to the establishing the number of rooms, if the person has registered their property, they will have the number of rooms in there. Can they just refer to that without further proof, or is it that you don't feel that the information in the registry about the number of rooms is accurate without enough proof?
I think that is a great idea. Whatever they put in the database, they must have that information already somewhere in their company or at the property owner's
I'm
address.
sure they do, but why would they need to submit it twice if you already know it?
Because we like to see an Excel sheet with the calculations right behind the unit. So it's also a help for them. Like, do I now have to look here? Oh, this is a 2-bedroom. Now I have to go fill out this form. And you have to fill out somewhere how many rooms you count for each unit.
Okay, but it sounded like you were asking for additional proof beyond the statement in the Excel sheet, how many they had, right?
Yeah, so that would be great if we could receive that information. Everything in the database is entered by the landlord, so that is not independently verified.
I see. Okay. Are we doing comments now, or are we just still doing questions, Edie? Comments too? Okay. Yeah, okay, so then I'll add a few comments here. Yeah, my biggest issue about what we have before us is over the common area deduction. And that's just, I'm lining up with what several other people have said. That, I mean, I know particularly for landscaping and particularly like between artificial turf or drip or just full out grass, I mean, there are a wide variety of what the charges are. And so that is the number one thing that I'm not comfortable going ahead with just what this is. I'd really like us to give. It doesn't necessarily mean that the landlord has to do this, okay? But I mean, I kind of like the idea of like when you do your taxes, right? You can take the standard deduction, or you can provide proof, okay, itemize, and say, I mean, I'm doing these things to help reduce the costs, and so I want to reap some benefit from it, because quite honestly, I think that is a community value here in Mountain View, that we want to encourage sustainability. I mean, I was on a tour of apartment complex in my neighborhood, around the block from me, Sunshine Gardens, last year, and Deborah told me that, I mean, her common area utility usage was cut in half by what she did. So that's a big difference to me. And so I really think that there ought to be some way for them to offer proof that they're not, I understand the 25% is an average, but I really do believe that somebody who's going above and beyond to help preserve our environment deserves a break. And so I would advocate for that. On the other side, for the, what was the other thing I want to say? Yeah, I guess I'd like to understand, about, the idea that this is, cumbersome, complicated, and prone to errors, okay? Because, when I look at what you put together, I really don't see it that way. Let me tell you how I judge. I would compare this process against what it takes to fill out a 1040EZ form. And this is easier, okay? I mean, in terms of the actual calculations that have to be done. And everybody in the United States has to be able to do the first one. So if everybody in the US has to be able to fill out a tax form that have a certain complication, then if we present a process for calculation of the numbers that's easier, I think we're not putting an undue burden on people. So that's the other side of that. So, Yeah, and as far as, just taking things out of the registry, I'm sounding like a broken record on this, but we don't have 100% compliance on the registry. So, if you want that to be a compelling argument, get those numbers up. Those are my comments.
Committee Member Brown.
Just a quick comment regarding the common area deduction and landscaping. Can we just on the form have a thing where a property owner can note that their landscaping is plastic? And then we can use that, in fact, in the calculations?
We can adopt anything that the rental housing committee.
Because I feel like that would solve the problem immediately.
But you do want to put that in the regulations, probably.
Yeah, the landscaping that uses water versus plastic. Yeah.
Vice Chair Roses?
Can staff ask a clarifying question? Would it be helpful or beneficial to break the landscaping category down more? So let's say it's all plants, add 2.5%, plants plus lawn 2.5%, like lawn 2.5%. Is that what the committee is requesting? Some sort of differentiation breakdown in landscaping similar to what we have here for the larger categories?
I would like to respond to that. And my sense of the varied conversations around this is we don't know yet. We have a variety of proposals we're considering, so that's a good possibility, but I don't think we're ready to take that as our way out of our questions. Alex, you got to speak to me out loud because I can't cope otherwise.
Okay.
Okay. Committee Member Vice Chair Roses.
Good evening, everybody. First and foremost, I want to thank our staff. Definitely, they've done such a great job in terms of all this hard work that they've done to just stab at it, right? So I think that's what we're doing tonight. My only concern is that if we go around and change stuff around, is this gonna increase the timeline when this becomes in effect? Because I think it was very prevalent today of the people who were present and the people who were online asking that this definitely has been a long time coming, this REBS. It's definitely affecting the community a lot, so I want us to caution in regards to that. What I like about what we're talking about, one, I think that we're coming to consensus that RUBS is definitely going to be consistent. I mean, we're not going to have RUBS, but now what we're going to have is a consistency in terms of what the tenants are going to be paying for the utilities, right? So I like that in regards to what you guys have been presenting. What I don't like, but and I'm not married to it, I guess, because I certainly don't want to create this, make this process to be longer than it's already been. Because I think we've tried to tackle this for 2 years now, for two whole years. At least since I've been here, we definitely have been talking about this. I certainly don't like the fact that we're calculating rooms, because I don't think rooms waste water or electricity or anything like that, some of them anyway. But I'm not married to discussing, just so that we don't create this process longer. So if that is the best way to handle this, then I guess I'm okay with it, especially if we have a consensus in regards to the other committee members. I don't want to be yes, I don't want you to calculate rooms in terms of using the formula to calculate how much the tenants are going to have to pay for their utilities. Other than that, I'm all good and open to the finalized item. Stop confusing me, Alex.
Committee Member Ma.
So if we were to, is it possible for today's staff direction to be approve the resolution as it stands, but to give direction for staff to come back with changes to the CAD by the time we talk about the start of the petition process? Is that an acceptable recommendation to staff?
Yes, I mean, we could approve it subject to future amendment.
Okay.
I'm going to jump in, just getting impatient, and then I'll get back to you, Robert.
Sure.
So one piece of the validation after a petition goes in, I had a more robust vision in my mind, and I'm not sure if I'm aligned. I imagined a postcard going out to all tenants saying, this will be your new adjustment amount. And I also imagined on that postcard, that will increase, just whatever verbiage, because we go back and forth a little about calling it a rent increase or adjustment or whatever, but, the before and after. You were paying, you're currently paying a rent amount with RUBS, and you will be paying a different rent amount and not paying the RUBS in the future. And so we'll communicate that to tenants and say we would like your input on, if you have the right to respond. And, but I would also imagine us on that same postcard saying this is in part based on information that was provided by your landlord, that you live in a 2-bedroom unit, or that you live in a studio, or that your unit has, is a single room with no kitchen. We would appreciate, notification of any inaccuracies. And, so for some people, they would not respond even if it was inaccurate, but for some, they would respond. And so to me, sending that information back that we should have readily available is part of the validation process. And, allowing tenants to confirm the information, not only would help the rent registry or give it, might as well, pay attention to that level of, is it lining up or not? Presumably it mostly will. And also, it's easier than it's an alternative to a photograph to provide the tenants with information and invite them to confirm if there's any inaccuracy. So.
That's already part of the described process that we are asking for a response of the tenant. I think you're like to take away the burden on the landlord to kind of provide documentation about.
Well, I guess I just want to state that my level of concern and validation is reduced because of the tenant's ability, and I'm happy to hear it's part of the plan, to see the information and validate it back to us. So, I have a pure comment that's not functional on this, on our decisions tonight, but still is relevant, which is vacancy turnover. And so, as there's turnover of units, then did we get it right or not for the common area adjustment and for what we charge will become less important with every turnover, because then the new person moving in will be charged a rent that the landlord has total control over, well, the landlord and the market. So over time, we want to get this as right and as fair and fair to both sides as we can. But we know we won't be perfect. We'll never know if we did it perfect or not. There's no such thing. And the importance of that will change over time and lessen over time. I'd like to comment about some landlord comments saying that there are no requirements to staff to have a time frame for completing review of the petition. And my sense is that tenants should be asking for that urgency, because the general sense we've gotten is that tenants are not fond of RUBS and that landlords are fond of RUBS. And we've clarified now that The RUBS billing will continue until the petition is approved, and then even after that petition is approved, until unit by unit, the next AGA moment comes along. And so I think that, if the timing is not a burden on landlords, it's a burden on tenants. But yet I, don't want to, I'm comfortable with not having deadlines, and, we did hear tenants urging us to keep this moving, but I think staff has a really big interest too in keeping this moving and getting this resolved. So I don't think we need to spend more time worrying about the deadlines that staff takes. I'm just gonna, let you guys find out how that goes and report back to us. And, there are my thoughts there. I'm going to keep looking through my notes for other comments I have, and I will stop talking for the moment. Who else has more comments? Committee Member Cox.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to just follow up on one thing. I mostly agree with the things that you said, but the one thing I would caution on this is that, in things like this, first of all, I understand what you're saying about, we may not get this perfect. I don't really care about getting things perfect in life. I mean, but what I do think we need to recognize, and it's worthwhile to be aware of, is that individual circumstances in apartment buildings can be very different one from another. And particularly for smaller landlords, I've seen, in my neighborhood, we have a lot of very small complexes. And I mean, like the smaller they get, usually the less the average means anything. I mean, I've seen places that have 5 units in it and they don't turn over in 20 years because everybody's just real happy there. The rents were not excessive when we went into rent control and they're just not going to leave. And so it's going to make more of a difference in that case that we try to get it right than it will. And that's going to fall on somebody who is, not, a wealthy person who owns 20% of the apartments in the city or something like that. It may make the difference, in terms of, is their living or retirement comfortable? Okay, so I that's why I think that's important. And, the only other thing I would say is, as we move along here, I'm comfortable with moving the balance of this, but I really want some way to amend the dealing of the common area deduction. So that.
And just to clarify, if you just use the Santa Clara County utility allowances, you don't even have to deal with the common areas. So that's another option, and that also addresses the comment that the process is too complicated.
Yeah, I'm not really that comfortable with just using that because, honestly, I think that the other process that you have is actually a better one in terms of accuracy with what's going on in our city and as to the usage. I actually am a little bit more concerned that you're taking the minimum of the 2 because I am not fully persuaded by the evidence that what Santa Clara County is saying applies, in our situation or generally, but I'm not willing to argue us out of that. Okay, so that's why I'm not raising objection to that. But those are just my thinking. So I'd rather go with what you have here, except for the common area deductions.
I was going to say Nas first and then me.
Thank you for Nas.
I just wanted to respond to a couple of things really quickly to clarify. So the first is to Committee Member Cox's concern about how this might impact certain tenants and this calculation. So again, nothing in this process prevents a landlord from filing a fair rate of return petition if this process really messes up their ability to get a fair rate of return. So if the numbers are wildly off and they are not receiving the fair rate of return, then that process is still available to them. That is not being removed. And additionally, even if we use the Santa Clara County housing authority utility allowance schedule. I think, one of the main concerns that landlords raised was documentation about the number of rooms, and that schedule, the utility allowance schedule is by rooms, is by bedroom size, and so there will still have to be some sort of proof of why you are applying that specific utility allowance amount to that unit, because it has 3, 4, 5 bedrooms or whatever it is. So it doesn't completely take away that piece, but as Anki mentioned, it does take away the common area deduction piece.
Oh, I was going to ask about the ability for landlords to do the upward adjustment petition for fair rate of return as a means of compensating if they do have tenants that are long tenured.
And I think we need to, if we're checking things off our lists of comments that we've heard tonight, there was a question from Mr. Zell about is someone going to, how do I, if this causes a reduction in my income flow, then what are my options? And one option is it will change over time as new tenants move in and you have control of that. And another option is the MNOI petition process.
And yes, Jeff, it would be creepy for you to go into everyone's apartment and take pictures of their rooms. I do think that would be creepy.
Committee Member Ma.
Are we ready for a motion, or would you like to still comment?
Almost. Committee Member Cox.
Yeah, I want to hear what the other committee members think about the common area deductions, whether, they share some of my concerns or whether they're just okay with the way it is. And maybe we can take a straw poll. I don't know.
Committee Member Balch, let's have comments first.
Yeah, I mean, I've already said I am concerned about them. I share your view that there is wide variance across properties. There absolutely is. Certainly, there is the backstop of the fair rate of return. That is a cumbersome process, but yes, that is a backstop. It would be more ideal in my view if we could get a more tailored assessment balanced against the amount of work. I mean, there's a certain diminishing returns where you try to get more and more accuracy, you end up just spending more money for no reason. So yes, long-winded version, I share your concern. It'd be nice to find a way to get more accuracy there.
Committee Member Ma.
This is a question for staff. Since you've mentioned that you did reach out to the CAA and got no response regarding this common area deduction, if we were to give you direction to look for further breakdowns of this, what would you actually research on?
Honestly, I tried to find answers and I couldn't find answers. And so I reached out to see what people that actually use common area deductions, what they would think is a reasonable amount. So.
Would like to go next, Alex. So I'm thinking kind of mathematically about this, because one of the possibilities that we've mentioned tonight is not to use the method that involves the common area deduction. And then we'd only be using the Santa Clara County allowances. And our current methodologies, unless any of us or majority of us are persuaded to change it, is the lesser of. So I think there would be, compared to using only the Santa Clara County allowances, then if we did no common area deduction, then a higher percent of the utility bill would be spread to tenants. The whole thing would be spread to tenants. Then dividing by the number of rooms, which would make each unit share what it is going to be. And if that came out too high, then we're back to the Santa Clara County allowances. So I think that might be a perfectly fine way to go. it might make a lot of our calculations end up being the Santa Clara County allowances if, you know, the other method with no common area charges too much to tenants. But I think I could live with that. The other thing that I think will happen after tonight, or might happen after tonight, is that landlords will start penciling things out. And so if we, you know, someone else mentioned, I think Committee Member Ma, that could we pass this ordinance tonight to, you know, express our substantial approval with it, and maybe with a few modifications here and there. And, but then, you know, bring the same ordinance back to us just to hear public comment, and perhaps we'd get some more, you know, expansive letters about, you know, suggestions. Because, you know, saying we don't like this is not as helpful to us as saying, please consider this alternative. And so those are some of my thoughts, and I'm, you know, getting close to a motion there with possible amendments, but I'm put some more possibilities out, so I'd like to hear more comments, and I see a light. Vice Chair Rosas.
I think, okay.
That's why we need these Granicus. We're not doing that today.
Okay, so I'm hearing that people are open to the idea of not adding the common areas, right? Well, I think we heard some community members today that if you don't add that, then it's going to be more expensive for them. So some of them live 3 people in one apartment, and they pay only $207 a month for 3 people, just only in water. So they still have the additional pay of the garbage, the sewer, and all these other fees, and electricity. So it's like, so I would like you guys to think about that when you guys decide where you're gonna go with this, because I think we're trying to keep our community, and by not adding the common areas, we're sending our community away. So that's my...
Committee Member Ma. Oh, Naz, thank you. I'm not seeing your hand very well. Thank you.
No worries. I just wanted to put, since you all are discussing this, one thing that you had talked about at the last study session, but decided against, but just to bring it up again in case it's something that you want to reconsider now that this common area deduction issue is coming up again, was to do a combination of the square footage piece and this room piece, and to reduce the common area deduction for it to be the actual square footage of the common areas, to reduce that from, you know, the monthly utility bills, and then do the room calculation. That is another possibility. As we talked about though last time, the square footage pieces are a little bit harder to confirm. You know, like what percentage of the total property square footage is common areas, and the types of common areas vary, but that might be one way to get closer to the actual amount, in case you want to consider that as one option.
Member Bond.
Yeah, and a comment on your comment is just that, you know, in our last meeting, this topic of common area deduction did take quite a while and was indicative to all the members of the audience that, like, if you wanted to provide comment on it, we're all ears, because from, as you can tell how long this conversation's been going, it's still a question of some tension. So,
a question to staff. So I think you may have at hand some examples of what the Santa Clara allowances come out to for a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom. Can you share that?
It's an attachment to the report.
Oh. Can Patricia share it?
I have it open. If you don't, I have it open.
So, you know, they really depend on what type of utilities are covered. So, you know, if we just want to talk about water, that's probably the easiest. But, you know, it depends on whether it's in a gas stove or an electric stove.
Well, if you're sharing, can you, thank you.
There it is. So If you look at the second category there, oh, a little bit higher, unit type, low-rise and high-rise. That's where most of the multifamily apartment complexes would fall under. And if you, for instance, look at water and you look at a two-bedroom home, that gives a number of $79. If you look at sewer, right under there, it's 56, and trash collection, 54. And then there are more categories depending on what utilities the landlords are using RUBS for.
Who has a better memory than I for the speakers tonight who mentioned their utility bills?
One speaker mentioned that her total utility bill for trash, water, and sewer was a little over $200 for a single person. I don't know the size of the unit.
Okay. So presumably either a 1 or a 2 bedroom. So another option, since we keep the lesser of, but we reduce the 5, the numbers that add up to 25%, if we reduce those a bit. I mean, we had one question about what does the 10% mean? And, that 10%, since they're somewhat arbitrary, could go down to 5. It's a higher number than my 0.
And can I add? Thank you.
Yes.
So I think one of the other community members that spoke up, she did say that she was by herself at this moment, because I think her mom is not with her. She's all by herself, and I think she pays $200. And she's the only one that takes a shower once a day. She doesn't take multiple showers. I was like, that's a little. I mean, that's why I guess it was ingrained in my brain that she basically said that she's basically by herself right now, and she's paying $200 just on water. And then the other one who's paying a little bit more, because I think she added a little more. I think that's the one you were talking about. So, yeah.
Committee Member Balch.
Yeah, in truth, the only truly objective is a submeter. Without actual usage, these are all estimates. And I was I'm not going to claim to be an expert on all rates of all types, but as I was glancing through that table, they look right order of magnitude. And whether you calculate based on square footage, number of rooms, it's going to be based on broad averages. And so people who use a lot more or a lot less are always going to be either getting a ride or getting taken for a ride, depending on that situation. If they don't have a submeter, that is unfortunately the reality. The averages only go so far, but I'm not sure that we've heard any other mechanism beyond a submeter that can account for that.
For me, when I'm looking at what's on the screen right now with the 10555, one of the things that I have the most difficulty with is the landscaping, because that can vary so much. There can be very minimal landscaping, or there can be big, beautiful lawns, and not sure what to do with that. So, and also when we were hearing from staff from NAS saying, square area or square footage as a more accurate way to align, but I don't know what to do with that outdoors areas, and I'm, again, not very comfortable with that. Committee Member Brown.
Yeah, so that was option C presented last time, and the area of the grounds that are outside of any unit would be part of the denominator. So that would account for the common area in a more objective manner. So you would have the grounds pool area, that would be part of the square footage of the property as a whole, and then the unit would be a portion of that as it's distributed. At least that's how it was presented to us. Regarding the common area deduction, and yeah, I do think it is a very rough approximation. I don't think that it is going to be accurate. I think that in terms of simplicity, it has a lot of benefit to just say we're going to have a fixed value, and just like an individual who is using more or less, you're going to be within some range of it. And for any given property, it's going to be with it. I don't know that we're going to have outliers that are so far off as to be offensive. And I think that the savings in terms of like staff time, sanity, and also explainability to tenants and be able to say, here's the spreadsheet, here's how the calculation was done, that explanatory power is really valuable. And this is simple. And again, if there is a problem, if you are an outlier, if your costs are much higher, if you are Jeff Zell and the $79 is way less than the actual cost to maintain the units, that is what the petition process is for. You're right, it is a burden, but it's something that is available to correct for egregious harms. So that's my view, is I'm okay with simplicity as a trade-off if there is an escape hatch that will help people who otherwise would be harmed by it.
Committee Member Cox.
I guess really where it comes down for me is that I'm not convinced that that's perfect, or maybe not yet even close to perfect escape hatch, because I've heard so much testimony from people saying, and I have not seen people using it. Okay, I mean, so I mean, that's why I lean more toward trying to, at least in principle, get things closer to right the first time with this. And I guess, again, fundamentally, it's just this. I can look at each of these things, right? Laundry facilities, right? Do you use Energy Star appliances or not? Landscaping, at least three basic things, nothing, drip, grass, okay? Pool, you can have an efficient pool, electric system or not, okay? And, if it were just broken down even into two categories, it would give people an incentive to move toward the other category in each of these things if they just provided some evidence. So that's why I'm still there, but I guess I don't expect everybody to agree with me, so that's why I'd like a straw poll to keep things moving.
So in response to that, within the next year, would someone be upgrading the heating for their pool to make it more efficient, or replacing, xeriscaping their
No, I know people who have already
to be able
done it, and I believe that they should be given credit for it now.
Okay.
Sorry, can I provide another option?
Nas.
I'm just sitting here thinking of potential options and putting them out there for you all. So one thing that the maintenance and net operating income petitions do is provide that this is the presumption, and then the landlord can rebut the presumption with additional evidence. So that's one thing that you all could do, is say, these are the presumptions of the common area deduction percentages. And if a landlord, in the cases that Committee Member Cox is talking about, is saying, I'm actually more energy efficient, I'm providing you this proof, I think that I'm entitled to a 2.5%, whatever, that it should only be 2.5% that I reduce instead of 5%. That is one option. I mean, it increases staff's burden a little bit to look at those things, but it also puts the onus on landlords to be the ones to claim that if they really feel strongly about the common area deduction.
I'm unclear. So, what would be the question we're asking landlords about? How?
No, you changed the language in the regulations a little bit and saying standard common area deduction is, and then you give percentages, but a landlord can rebut in their petition form that they should apply a different percentage because of special circumstances.
And would staff or a hearing officer review that?
This is a staff process.
So the possibility might be a single, like 15% or 25% or whatever we choose, and then staff would review an argument for a smaller common area deduction.
I think it would make the most sense to have these still broken down by category, because some properties are just not going to have like a pool. They're not going to have laundry facilities. But within these categories, for instance, there's a property, they have the 10%, and then they have landscaping as well. And so their standard would be 15%, but they have one of these like drought efficient, whatever it is, systems. And so they're saying, okay, I don't think that I actually should be charged this 5% for the landscaping. I should be charged 1% or something like that. And I'm providing you with documentation as to why that is. So I think keeping the categories is still going to be important because of what is going to be applicable or not, and then letting them stay. Or like, for instance, if they have laundry facilities and they do have these energy efficient machines, saying, hey, I don't think that I should be charged the 5%. I should be charged X amount because I have these energy efficient appliances.
Committee Member Walsh.
Yeah, thank you. Just with a nod to the concerns about multiplying the work for staff, I would come back to the chairperson's suggestion from a few minutes ago of using the lesser than as a floor, let's say, or sorry, not a floor, but well, depending on, it could be a ceiling or a floor, I guess, but basically where we don't have a common area deduction and properties that are of a, let's say, lesser level where there are fewer amenities, they may, quote, benefit from having no CAD deduction, and properties that where there's claims of all sorts of fancy shared capabilities, that's where the county comes in as a safety valve. So we might be able to, without having to have a lot of staff effort, to your proposal, handle both kind of lower end properties without a lot of amenities, as well as properties kind of setting a max.
Thank you. We're getting closer to straw polls, at least. Okay, and do non-voting members participate in the straw polls?
We have had the alternates participate, but we have noted the alternates vote because the alternate doesn't ultimately get to vote on the final action unless somebody is absent.
Okay. So this is awful, but I need to just articulate my thoughts for a minute about what I've been hearing and what I'm thinking. So, I think we're considering potentially different common area deduction percentages here, and we should do a straw poll first on that. And so one of the minor, because I'm not hearing, certainly not unanimous support for make it zero. And so I am still somewhat persuaded by the, gee, what's in the 10%, although we've heard some, staff suggestions there. Lighting hallways is certainly a common area thing, and heating hallways is a common area thing. So if we make the common area deduction less, then we're sending a higher amount to be divided amongst the tenants. And so then that part of, the lesser of, so if ceiling doesn't work for me with lesser of.
Lesser of means the ceiling because it's a cap. You can't go above it because as soon as you go above it, it's the lesser of.
Not working for me.
You don't understand it. It's a ceiling. It's a ceiling.
First of all, you need to speak into the mic. Sorry.
Oh no, thank you. It's a ceiling because.
Alex, this is not a fruitful way for me to go. Let me try it my way, please.
Okay.
Even though I'm sure you're right. I have no doubt you're right. So on the one hand, we have these fixed amounts that are from based on the county values. And on the other hand, we have this amount that we're adjusting, and one of those may become the lesser. So what we're going to provide to tenants, it's whichever one of those two is the lesser.
So one is a fixed value, which doesn't move, and that's because it's fixed, right? The other one moves. Whenever it's below, it is the lesser of. As soon as it's higher than, it is not the lesser of, so this is a ceiling. It cannot go, when the moving one goes above the fixed one,
I don't need it.
It's always a ceiling. It can't go. It can't get greater than that. Your charge can't go above
Stop talking, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
So landlords are asking us for less common area deduction, but we still have this amount of the Santa Clara County one. And so that may come into play. And if we keep some common area deduction, then we're reducing, that's better for the tenants in terms of that other alternate calculation, because then it's dividing amongst a smaller number there. And so then that might go lower. So in a sense, this is all about, or in a sense, it's kind of how kind do we want to be to landlords with the common area deduction? And, or, how generous do we want to be to tenants with the common area deduction? And these are not highly substantiated numbers. So I think I'm just going to make a very modest suggestion and see who likes it. I'm going to suggest that we change the 10% for all properties to 5%, and keep the other 5 that we take the landscaping and we make that irrigated landscaping. So just like a yes or no. Do you have any irrigated landscaping? Do you use water to water your anything on your property, grass, planters, whatever, and that we make that our, that lesser of, but with the 5% and with the clarification on landscaping, that we make that our slight change to this, which is slightly more generous to landlords, and keep the rest of it. So I want to see if there's any support for those two changes. So seeing no. Okay. Committee Member Ma.
Oh, okay. Can I form it as a straw poll, Chair?
Are you about to make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Yes, a straw poll will be fine.
So I do like the idea of having a rebuttable presumption for this. So having these be the baseline with a process in the petition, in the adjustment petition, that allows for a landlord to submit evidence of lesser utility usage for pool, landscaping, laundry facilities, the common areas.
Okay, so I'm hearing, I think we want to make comments on this proposal.
I just want to ask a question.
Okay.
So what I hear you saying is we take this effectively like our standard common area deduction, but the landlord can submit evidence that he could get, lesser numbers based on what he's doing.
Yes.
Okay.
Demonstrate less resource utilization.
So I support that too.
I'm going to get to you in a minute. I'm going to just ask another clarifying question. So you would keep the whole calculation as it is, but you would add to it the option for a landlord to submit a request for a lower common area deduction.
Kind of like how, so we've compared this to different forms of taxes tonight. The idea that you have the baseline and you can submit for a deduction from the baseline.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we have to think about what would staff require at what form of proof and documentation. And I'm trying to think this through in real time. I don't have a good picture of what that could look like. Usually, usually electric is already sub-metered. So we're talking about trying to measure water to drip versus grass versus whatever. That could be challenging to get proof on. I mean, I don't know how you do like garbage. I mean, garbage. Is there a common garbage can? It's kind of so. I'm just wondering if we're if we're at diminishing returns trying to get more accuracy and we're just spending a lot of time not getting that accuracy, I'm not sure how that's going to happen.
Can I just want to say, I mean, this is one of the problems. It will be hard to rebut the presumption because there isn't sub-meters for any of this. That's the whole issue that we are struggling with. The other thing I just want to say is I just was Googling around, and various property management companies, national companies, tout the use of RUBS and suggest a 20% common area deduction, just randomly. No basis for it, but that's on the landlord side, so.
So I have a, yes, go ahead. So I don't care. I really don't care what the percentage you guys put on here. All I know is that common areas is common areas, and common areas should not be part of rent, right? We're agreeing to that? I just want to, because we're talking about all this other stuff and how this, that, the other, but common areas are common areas, and our tenants should not be charged for common areas.
I think we all agree that there should be some deduction from the full utility charge for common areas. Yes? I'm seeing a lot of nods.
Why? Because common areas is grass. I mean, it's landscaping. It's outside of somebody's personal use, right? Yes. So why is the tenant gonna have to pay for something that they have no control over? They already pay that in the rent, my understanding.
So are you supportive of what we have here, or of Alex's proposal, or?
I like Alex's proposals in terms of like, okay, if the landlord can prove that they're not using, their common areas are not using that much in water, then I guess they can petition, right?
I would also support a flat 20%.
Committee Member Cox.
I'm not sure what Alex is suggesting now, because he said he supported this, and now he's saying he supports 20%.
I'm flexible.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like us to get something we can vote on.
Because can I say something?
Yes.
Okay. One of the examples that I've gotten from the community has been that it's very interesting how every time a tenant leaves, you know what? We just got the example today. Every time a tenant leaves, the tenants that stay pay more. So I think that's where the abuse is, and that's what we're trying to get something that's fair, right?
Additional comments, but we need to get to something we can vote on. So I see Committee Member Balch, then Ma, then Cox.
I think I understand what the lady was talking about, and I'm pretty sure that all these would solve it. My impression of what she was describing is that when a tenant leaves, they often leave behind a lot of personal belongings and trash that the apartment has to get rid of. So that's an extra call to the garbage disposal company to haul that away. At the end of the month, the property's garbage bill is higher because of that, and the divide by N simply distributes that across everyone. So I think I understand where that's coming from, and all these proposals would stop that because it would fix the cost. We're just discussing how that fixed cost gets assigned. But once we fix the cost, she's not going to have that happen again.
But I don't think. Hold on. So let me explain myself, because I've heard this story often. So yes, to what you're saying, it was garbage, and then also electric and water, and it kept on going up as they weren't getting tenants. But not just because somebody left.
So
and
that,
there's
excuse me, as chair, I'm going to interrupt and move this forward slightly. And so there are two possibilities. One is trash generated by a move out, and the other is how the denominator is used. In other words, the bill, whether it's bigger or not, the whole thing is getting divided among fewer tenants is another possibility. And that's why we're using rooms, not number, why we rejected number of occupants as a way to divide anything, because it's confusing and sometimes unfair and varies. And so I think we should go back to straw polls. And so Guadalupe has expressed her support for common area deduction. We have two ways of doing common area deduction. We could just have one number for common area deduction, or we could have something that varies a little bit, like we have, what staff proposed. Do we want to have a variable? Let's do a straw poll. Do we think we should have a variable common area deduction, or should we just have a number, like 20% for all units?
We need to do a yes or no question. We can't do two choices.
This is our first question. Well, what would you propose? I'm open to a different straw poll.
Should we do a fixed 20% common area deduction? Yes or no?
Clarification.
Okay, clarification, Committee Member Cox.
I don't understand if we vote on a 20% deduction, does that keep off the table the idea that somebody can petition for a different choice?
That's a good question. I'm going to go to staff next. Staff, do you think it's worthwhile? Really? Do you think it's worthwhile or diminishing returns to let the landlords petition for a smaller, for an individual and smaller common area deduction? The idea that someone, the landlord...
That the landlord could rebut the presumption of what these percentages are with some information.
A landlord...
If I'm understanding correctly, though, just the 20%, right? They would just rebut the overall 20%. There wouldn't be this breakdown.
We don't know, but I'm just...
proposal.
Under the proposal, yes.
Boy, as chair, I'm getting just a few too many interruptions, and so I'm going to ask for a little bit more orderliness. Thank you. So the question I'm trying to get an answer on that I think will benefit us is whether or not we're doing 20% or 25% or 10, 5, 5, 5. If we have some baseline, like one of those, and then we allow a landlord to say, but I have drip irrigation, and I have a cactus garden, and whatever other reasons they have to say the usage of water at this property is a low percent to the common area. And they write some paragraph or send some calculations to support that. Is that something staff feels they could assess and agree with or not?
Staff is known to be able to do a lot of things. So
you guys are smart.
So whatever method you choose, I bet we can find a good working solution for that.
So with that comment, I think a good straw poll may be, what's the phrasing about a rebuttal allowed, or?
Would you like me to try to make the
presumption?
Yeah.
Well,
do you want to phrase it for our straw poll again?
Do we want to? Are we all in favor of allowing landlords to submit a request for a lower common area?
That's a good straw poll.
Okay, so I am.
Me too.
Okay.
All right. There we go.
Was that unanimous? I'm sorry for those of us on.
That was unanimous.
Default to be.
Okay, thanks.
So we have rebuttal now, and now we need to determine the CAD itself.
The assumed CAD. Okay. I'm going to propose, I don't really, I'd like someone else to make a proposal. I'm not highly opinionated. Committee Member Cox.
I propose a strict flat 20%.
is there, this is sounding not like a straw poll, but like a motion, and I think that's, sorry, this is sounding not like a straw poll, but like a motion, and I think that's fine. And so is there a second to a flat 20%?
I mean, including rebuttal. Yeah, because I mean, we have to, the motion will come at the end when we decide what we're going to pass.
Thank you. Okay, I certainly appreciate that input. So back to straw polling then. So could we have a straw poll in favor of flat 20%? And, okay. Okay. Is there any other discussion on common area deduction?
I'm willing to make the motion if we're ready for the motion.
So,
go ahead, Naz.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to make this both workable for staff as well as.
She doesn't have such idea about
as well as. So,
you're cutting out.
I'm making this workable for both. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm trying to make this both workable for staff and I understand the 20% flat. But can we still have that broken as the 4 categories each at percent? I think that would be better just because when the pool, we don't want them having to submit documentation or rebuttable presumption in that, to rebut the presumption in that case percent. Does that make sense?
I really like that. So you keep the 4 categories, all properties 5%, pool 5%, landscaping 5%, laundry facilities 5%, which in total is 20%. And when they want to rebut, they say we don't have a pool, it's easy. You deduct the 5%.
Or on landscaping, they
only have artificial grass, okay.
Okay, or I have xeriscaping or something, so.
I have a question.
Right.
Well, is it relevant to this discussion, to the 5s and so on? I think we'll take it in a minute, okay? So this is a different, an alternate motion in a sense.
I think you're ready to adopt regulations with one change, and then you mentioned the change in this area.
I think we might have a little more discussion before we adopt the whole thing.
Okay.
Committee Member Cox.
Where I'm confused now is that we put our hands up for 20%, but Nazanin wanted something different. And it, I think we need to do another straw poll if we're going to change it. So, or at least some discussion or consensus.
And so, Naz, can you articulate the next straw poll?
Sure. So there would still be a rebuttable presumption of 20% baseline because it would be for all properties regardless of these other 3 categories. It would be 5% for pool, 5%, landscaping 5%, laundry facilities 5%. So that gives you a total of 20%. But rather than having to submit documentation for each of these, you would keep these 5 categories. So if they don't have a pool, all they have to do is attest that they don't have a pool. And then that way it reduces that down to 15. And then, for instance, let's say they also have special, like they have drought resistant plants, and so they don't have to water as much. So they would say, I'm submitting documentation to rebut the presumption of 5% for landscaping. Instead, it should be 2%. So you still have the 20% baseline, but you have these automatic deductions of 5% for these other categories if they just simply don't exist.
So I'd like to, okay, I'm going to speak first briefly in favor of that or to clarify that. So if you were saying I should have a lower amount because of landscaping. The most you could reduce to was from 5% to 0 for landscaping.
Yes.
Okay, who else would like to speak now? Committee Member Balch and then Committee Member Cox.
Yeah, I think what we've really, the conversation has been centering for a long time this evening on the difficulties of coming up with average numbers and applying them to the widely variant costs in different properties. Therefore, I'm not sure how this proposal resolves that, and if the committee approves, let's say 20%, with the ability for the landlord to rebut, that preserves the staff's ability to consider all the different factors on the property. So there is no door being closed to holding landlords accountable for their common area costs, but we're also not trying to be presumptuous in trying to apply broad averages that I think many of us have been talking about for quite a while this evening. We just don't believe can be meaningfully applied to any particular property.
So what would you suggest instead?
Back to what the straw poll was, 20% with the landlord rebuttal.
Committee Member Cox, then after that, Vice Chair Rose.
What I don't understand about what Nazanin was saying is that I look at the numbers on this sheet, and you may have said it so quickly that I missed it, but 10% plus 5% plus 5% plus 5% is 25%. So I don't know how that gets to be, you said it was 20%.
She was suggesting the 10% would be reduced to 5%.
Oh, okay. That was the key point I missed. Thank you.
Good answer.
Committee Member Rosas.
I think I'm passing it to Committee Member Brown because he needs to answer the question, and then I'll go after him.
I think the way I understand it is the 20%, and then this would be a menu of like predefined rebuttals. We're providing, we're guiding the rebuttal to say, here's the kind of things you can provide with these categories with a cap per category. It's a menu for the rebuttal. It's making it easier, hopefully, for both the landlords and staff. If I understand Nazanin correctly.
Yeah,
Member,
that's correct. And the reason I'm suggesting that is because otherwise I'm not sure how staff is supposed to know how to reduce, a pool reduction. If there's no pool on the property, how does staff know what percentage should be reduced?
Thank you. Committee Member Rosa.
Now my question for this is, throwing in a new wrench here. Will this keep consistency though? Because what about if every month they decide that they want to do A, B, and C? Is it a one-time deal? Oh. Question answered. I'm good.
Committee Member Cox.
Yeah, I mean, what Nazanin says makes sense to me, and I think it would be good to keep that menu in there, even if we keep it at 20%.
So I think we were ready for a straw poll on the alternate proposal of what we're looking at on the screen, but with 5% in every category. And it remains rebuttable, but by category. Okay. All in favor of this straw poll? Okay, we got
unanimous.
Thank you. So I sent in a minor wording clarification during the day. Do we need to, it was around the other housing services. And, clarifying, just, I think you guys in the end said discernible or, housing services.
That would go in the beginning?
It was for the tenancies after 3 point.
Yeah, so
after March.
So under A, 2.B, we would change, do you have the text, Nas?
Yes, I do. Second, it would, the language would be shifted to read, shall indicate the fixed dollar amount of the initial rent and specify which utility charges and housing services that have a discernible fee associated with them, including but not limited to water, garbage, sewer, parking, or pet rent, are included in the initial rent.
So adding the word with a discernible fee.
Yeah, I believe it's that have a discernible fee associated with them would be added.
Okay. If we want to include that, do we need to vote? Or can we do a straw
That can be
poll?
part of the motion if somebody wants to make that as part of the motion.
Okay. And the other more minor text change that I said, referring to the schedule below, that is already there, or I sent 2 text changes this morning, and one of them you liked right away. And not sure if I can. I may have printed out my questions, or if any, it's a race, who can show that one?
I don't have that here.
Oh, it may not have been included in the questions that went back out. So my email would have it.
Do you mean a landlord may only file a utility adjustment petition within the time provided in table 2 below?
It was near the top. I didn't hear you, Naz.
I'm sorry. Was it related to the section where it says a landlord may only file a utility adjustment petition within the time provided in table 2 below?
It was saying, per the schedule below was the gist of it, and it was fairly near the top.
I think it would have to be down because the schedules are all.
The bottom of page 4.
It's section A2. Ratio utility billing
down
systems
a little.
prohibited upon adoption of these regulations by the committee and following the below schedule.
There, that was it. Thank you, Patricia.
Let me just try to find it in the
So,
text.
because otherwise it sounds like upon adoption, but it's not. It's on upon
adoption
and following the below schedule.
Are you talking about is implemented in accordance with the requirements and timelines set below in subsection 3 below?
It's in this here. Upon adoption of these regulations by the committee, landlord.
No, I think it's in the next section. I think it's an A, 3 lines
That's
down.
where it was. I pulled up the email.
No, A, 2A.
Tenancies commencing.
So Chair Keating's suggestion was in paragraph 2. And it was upon adoption of these regulations by the committee and following the below schedule, landlords of covered units are prohibited. So it was right there.
Right here.
And I think it's worthwhile because otherwise it could be read as rubs is prohibited immediately, and that's not what's happening. So.
Under B it is.
Well, it's March, so it's not
2A and B clarify that?
Yeah.
No, that's good.
Is there any objection to including my and following the below schedule? No. Okay. So, committee, so here's my dilemma, why I'm slowing things down while everyone wants me to speed this right up. Is there any need for us, or is anyone on the committee or staff seeing a need for us to review this again in a month? No. Okay. The landlords will have penciled things out, but we think they'll be able to live with what we have. Committee Member Cox?
I don't have anything.
Ma, Committee Member Ma?
I'm going to make a motion.
Okay.
I make a motion to adopt CSFOA Regulations Chapter 13 Utility Charges as provided in Attachment 1 to clarify that all rental charges directly or indirectly charged by landlords, including charges for shared or master metered utilities, including but not limited to water, sewer, or trash, are part of the definition of rent as stipulated in the Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act, and the cost of such services must be established as part of the initial rental rate and specified in the rental agreement at the commencement of the tenancy. To provide a one-time utility adjustment petition process that allows landlords currently using RUBS or similarly calculated and billed utility charges to transition from separately charged utilities to including utility costs in the rental amount, thereby bringing rental properties into compliance with CSFRA, and establishes the process for submissions and review of utility adjustment petitions. Additionally, to make modifications to Section A2 to specify that RUBS is prohibited in paragraph 2 upon adoption of these regulations by the committee and the schedule included therein, as well as the modifications in the committee Q&A on 2B of that section, specifying that the indication of the fixed dollar amount of initial rent and specify which utility charges and housing services that have a discernible fee associated with them are included in the initial rent, and to modify the, let's see, what section is it? To modify B22 to specify that the common area utility charge deduction should be 20% with a rebuttable presumption if for the categories of pool, landscaping, and laundry facilities at 5% each. Is that enough? Okay.
Does that have the discernible in it? Okay. I would like,
Second.
okay. So we have a motion and a second. I think, oh boy, I'm going to have to work on my process here. I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to add, wherever the regulations refer to photos, to add the word optional photos or photos upon request. That would be it. I'd like to change photos.
Where they refer to photos, it is an example. It is not a requirement.
Then I withdraw my motion. Thank you. Is there further discussion? Okay. Can we have a roll call?
We'll begin with Committee Member Brown.
Yes.
Committee Member Ma.
Aye.
Committee Member Cox.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosas.
Aye.
Chair Keating.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Okay, we're moving on to our next agenda item, which is committee staff announcements, update requests, and committee reports. And we're ready for staff to start this off.
Thank you. Next slide. Okay, so we'll be going over upcoming workshops and help center dates. Okay, so we'll start with looking at our office hours. So we are continuing to hold our virtual office hours every Tuesday from 10 a.m. to noon. People can register online or have staff help them with that. And they were also rolling out some workshops. So this is starting in 2024 here, where we're really focusing on some of our property owner registration and annual fee workshops. We held one last week as well. So that was sort of our first one, and we'll be doing them periodically and hopefully help people get registered. And then we're also planning a credit counseling and debt webinar where we'll have a speaker from Project Sentinel come and help counsel people there. And that'll be January 11th at 6 p.m. And then again, January 16th at 2 p.m., another property registration and annual fee. All right, so we'll also look here at our Housing Help Center for Landlords. So this is a new help center that we put into place and sort of separated out our main help center where it was landlords and tenants. So now we sort of made one for each category. because it has happened in the past where a landlord and tenant from the same property with the same issue were at the same place at the same time. So we thought maybe we'll separate those out. So we're now holding those at our Escuela office. It's the same schedule, so it's every first and third Thursday still, but it's in the afternoon from 1 to 3 p.m. And it's also held virtually online as well. And landlords really can get help learning anything about our program, and then other community programs that might be available to their tenants that need them as well. And so we are continuing to do this Housing Help Center for tenants, as I just mentioned, where we are partnering with CSA and CLESPA, and tenants can come in and learn about rent stabilization. They can also get assistance for rent or food programs or other such programs that may be offered. And this is also first and third Thursdays, and we are now permanently at our Escuela office. We made a nice community area from the garage, so we have a lot of waiting area and then people that were helping at our desks. So it's really working out nicely. You can come visit us. And then I also wanted to mention that we are having limited staff hours during the city's holiday closure. So we'll have our offices open during that week of Christmas, obviously not on Christmas Day, but that rest of the week when the city shut down, we'll have our offices open and people can come in or get help over the phone.
Questions? Committee Member Ma?
Do we have like a sign at the library to point out that you guys moved places? Because you're like the flyers, because I was at a bit of time at the Cats Posada thing, and all the flyers still said the Franklin.
Yeah, we're printing, the new flyers are being printed as we speak, and then we'll go around and replace all of our old flyers with the outdated information, and then the library posts a sign on the door letting the community know that we're at Escuela now.
Thank you.
Do we have any more comments? And is our staff report done?
That concludes the report.
Okay. So I think we are ready for our last item, which is adjournment. And let's see, I have, thank you. And when is our next meeting? So we are adjourned at 11 o'clock.
It's on the script, Thursday, January
25th.
For Thursday, our big change, okay. Thank you, everyone, we're adjourned.
Thank you so much for the
Bye, Patricia.
Thank you for the chocolate.